Right then, welcome back everyone to the Wolf 777 News Emirates D50 Tournament 2021. We have Ajman taking on Team Fujairah, Danish Qureshi taking the new ball here, and Mohammad Wasim, the budding superstar of the UAE domestic scene, is on strike wearing number 13, two slips in place. And of course, joining me in the comm box is my fellow commentator Abdur Rahman Tariq. How are you, bro?
Hi Ahmed. Yeah, I'm good to be back indoors. Taking those interviews has taken a toll on me. I had to get hydrated really fast.
I wonder who's more tired, you or Dawood Ijaz.
No, definitely Dawood. I think he played an amazing knock in the end. He was looking out of gas, but he got in the right shots. I do think though that Ajman is 20 runs short of where they should have been after the 40 over mark.
Certainly the score slowed down near the end of the innings. Lovely punch off the front foot. There's that man Mohammad Wasim piercing the gap at cover point. And they'll pick up an easy two.
Wasim's trademark shot through the covers. One of the things a lot of the domestic people do against him is have a deep cover or deep point from the start and let him play that shot in the air. It'll be good to see how quickly Ajman change their tactics, or does he get off the blocks really quickly?
Danish Qureshi is a very skillful swing bowler, but he's going to be challenged here by the force that is Mohammad Wasim. Beautiful delivery, my goodness, what a ball. Straightening off middle stump and extra bounce, my God.
That was unplayable. Brilliant ball. Pitches on middle and off and squares up Mohammad Wasim completely. I think it even caught Abdul Shakur off guard.
That is certainly one of the best deliveries Danish Qureshi has ever bowled in his life, especially in a competitive game. But a target of 271, like you mentioned, Abdul Rahman, it's going to be perhaps a bit short. Lovely flick through mid-wicket this time, but not piercing the gap and going all the way. Sultan Ahmed cleans up.
It's one of those totals that actually both captains are quite happy with. Ahmed Raza, when I spoke to him, was really happy with the bowling in the last 10 overs. They gave away only about 60 odd runs, which is not bad considering they had two set batsmen in Rahul and Dawood, at the start of the last 10. But when I spoke to Nasir, he was looking at a 240, 250 total in the beginning. So 270 is what they were looking at. It's going to be interesting how Fujairah approached the chase.
The wind has certainly picked up in and around the Sevens Cricket Stadium here. Lovely punch through cover point, this time from Aryan Lakra. Getting off the mark in style. Love to see it.
Yeah, Fujairah's gone with the left-hand, right-hand combination. That's always a good option, especially when the bowler is bowling a particular swing, which is outswing to the right-handers, in-swing to the left-handers. He'll have to keep changing his line every time they take a single, and that puts a lot of pressure on the bowler, but also on the captain who has to keep changing his field every ball.
Completely agree with you. Two slips in place. Back of a length, just pokes at it, does Mohammad Wasim. End of the first over. Fujairah are 4 for no loss. Interesting batting lineup there. Ahmed Raza, the captain, has been listed at number 3. Will be quite surprised to see that when you have the likes of Basil Hamid and Vishnu Sukumaran in your side. Sheraz Ahmed Pia, left arm seamer, going for that Phil Foden hairdo in fact.
Yeah, the beach blonde. I don't think it's a color that suits
Which
us.
beach is this?
Most likely the Ajman beach, but I think that color probably does not suit uh, you know guys from Asia as much as it does people like Phil Foden. Interesting look nonetheless.
Let's hope it works for him. There it is, Aryan Lakra, former under 19 captain of the UAE, three-dimensional cricketer. And immediately spot on is Shiraz Ahmed Foden.
Shiraz is a very experienced bowler. He's been in and around the domestic circuit for a long time. He's in the ECB camp as well. One of the things that people have noticed is he does struggle a little bit with his fitness. So it'll be very interesting to see how he goes through the full 50 overs. Will they use him in short spells, or does he bowl really long 4 or 5 over spells, or does he bowl like 3 over spells, which is more likely considering his fitness.
Chases that outswinger, does Aryan Lakra, but kept a bit low. Thankfully, no bad on that. And now practicing the leave. That's more like it. Keeping a touch low there, Abdurrahman. What's happening on this pitch?
Yeah, again, I think it's more to do with Shiraz's release point rather than the wicket. Both Ahmed and Nasser were actually very happy about the way the wicket is playing. They think it's flattened out quite a bit. Uh, the the odd ball will keep a touch low.
His stock outswinger there. Not given as a wide. Interesting call. A lot of expectations from this young man, Aryan Lakra, touted by many people as the future captain of the UAE national team. And he's playing under his current captain, who is Ahmed Raza. Couldn't be a better apprenticeship than that.
Yeah, we heard Dougie mention this when he was on air as well. It's a great opportunity for somebody like Aryan to learn from Ahmed with the ball and actually learn how batting with somebody like Wasim on the other end.
Bit of a leading edge on drive. Plays it well enough in the end and picks up a quick single. Could have easily played that through square leg and gotten in trouble, but no. He kept his shape and played it straight. Good batting.
Yes, safe shot, just punching it down the ground, taking on Nasir, who's quite deep on the circle, going on for the quick single.
Steady start here from Shiraz and Danish Qureshi. They also have Sultan Ahmed, the captain himself, Nasir Aziz, and Hassan Khalid, the left-arm leg spinner in the bowling attack. So there's a lot of variation. Remains to be seen if it will keep this man on screen away.
Yeah,
Truly blockbuster batsman.
they've got a very well balanced bowling lineup. They've got a leg spinner in Zohaib. They've got a Chinaman bowler, left arm orthodox, off spin. So they've got every base covered.
Swinging in, big decision. Can you believe it? He's gone. Misses a straight edge in swinger. And Mohammad Wasim has been given out. A huge wicket here for Team Ajman and Shiraz Ahmed Pia.
Yeah, that's a big wicket. Big blow for Fujairah, especially with the big total that they were chasing. Shiraz keeping to his stock delivery. That's hitting middle of middle.
Absolutely no disputing that decision. And just like I mentioned, how Aryan played straight, Wasim did the exact opposite, played it towards square leg. And disappointment here for his fans. 3 off 6, he has to return to the hut. New batsman coming in is Vishnu Sukumaran for Team Fujairah. Immediately under pressure with the fall of the big fish, Mohammad Wasim.
Yeah, if you would have been in the Ajman camp, one of the first things you would have said is let's get Wasim out early before he can do a lot of damage. To get him in the second over is really good for Ajman. Fujairah does have a very strong, very deep batting lineup, but Vishnu is going to be under a lot of pressure because he's following a class act like Wasim.
That blonde dyed hairdo does the magic here for Team Ajman. That man on screen, Shiraz Ahmed. perfect in swinger to a right-hand batsman. Got it right on off in middle and hit him low enough. And the umpire's finger went up almost even before the appeal came through. It was so plumb.
Yeah, I mean it's quite simple, I guess. Now, if you want to get Wasim out, just dye your hair blonde.
Fantastic. Chases that wideish delivery. Late call by the umpire. Perhaps from that longing stare from Vishnu.
That was a bit harsh. I think that was a good ball. Uh, Vishnu did move across a little bit, so a harsh call in my opinion, but maybe gives Shiraz another opportunity to get another wicket this over.
I dare say he's already done enough to win the game for Ajman, but of course this is his very first over. Beautiful delivery, swinging in that fifth stump line. Push towards extra cover and they'll take a quick single. So Vishnu Sukumaran gets off the mark as well. 2 overs gone. Fujairah are 7 for 1. Danish Qureshi to continue here. Working away on that ball. Needs to keep it one side at least as dry as possible. 7 for 1 our team Fujairah. Lovely delivery, lovely punch down the ground. Straight to Sultan, who does well, gets the throw in quickly and prevents the single.
Danishgar is going to swing the ball into the left-hander now. That's a stock delivery. Fujairah might have missed his trick and stuck with the left-hand right-hand combination by sending in Basel maybe at 3, but I think they want to elongate the batting lineup as much as possible, chasing such a big total. Danish is going to have his work cut out though, because he's very strong against right-handers but does struggle a little bit against left-handers.
Absolutely. He swings the ball into their pads, and of course in the batting power play you can't have a lot of fielders on the leg side, so it can be a bit of a challenge. Edged, bobbled, and it's been dropped. Can you believe it? Danish Qureshi produces the opportunity. First slip fielder bobbles it and has put it down.
Well, it's the great Asif. He's usually very safe hands. That could be a very costly miss. Danish cutting the ball across the left-hander this time, not bringing it in, taking him by surprise, and a regulation slip chance gone down.
My goodness, it's all happening in the first few overs here of the Fujairah run chase. Vishnu Sukumaran extremely lucky. This time beats the outside edge once again. Danish Qureshi is bowling fabulously here.
He's not doing what he does regularly, which is good to see. He's changed up a little bit. Again, cutting the ball across the left-hander, taking it away rather than bringing it back in. It's good to see that he's developed both swings, bringing it in and taking it away, which is very important, when you're playing at this level.
Well, we saw Fujairah captain Ahmed Raza grasping a catch of Asif Khan. Will they live to rue that? Getting on the front foot. They've given a life to Vishnu Sukumaran, a very fine player. Tell us more about him, Abdurrahman.
So again, Vishnu is one of those guys that's been in and around the domestic circuit for a very long time. Very consistent, very steady. He's not as ballistic as an Asif Lala or Mohammad Wasim, but for his club, he scores consistently. and he's been in the ECB camp now for a good 6 months. It's good to see that he's getting that opportunity on this stage. I think his batting sort of favors the 50 over format, so I'm sure he's thinking he's lucky he's got a chance.
Edged away this time between the gap between slip and gully, and it's running away to the third man boundary. Aryan Lakra living dangerously, fished at it but gets 4 runs.
If you ask Aryan, he's going to say he's played that deliberately down to third man. But Danish again inducing the edge from the left-hander. Maybe they would have gone for a second slip at this stage. That would have been a bit difficult for Nasir. But Danish bowling really well at this stage.
Both Danish, pardon me, and Shiraz are bowling exceptionally well with this new white ball. A lot like Hazrat Bilal and Sabir Rao, to be honest. Perhaps getting a bit more swing. Oh, this time extra bounce off a length. Excellent over from Danish Qureshi comes to an end. 12 for 1 after 3 overs. Take a look at that extravagant movement off the seam. My goodness. And Aryan Lakra's expression says it all. Shiraz Ahmed ready to bowl his second over. Already got the magnificent wicket of Mohammad Wasim. Vishnu Sukumaran to face. Leaves that well alone. And yes, you mentioned his release points. Has a very slingy low arm action. And that's why the bounce is a bit inconsistent.
Yeah, he is aiming to get the ball to swing. But again, he's so side on that once the ball hits the wicket, it sort of dies down, rather than pumping up. If you see Danish, he's the complete opposite of what Shiraz is doing. Danish is using it to rest a little bit more and getting more bounce.
Shoulders, arms to that one. A slip and a gully in place. So they are content to leave that gap where there should be a second slip, using a more of a fly slip there. This is a tactic we're seeing more and more regularly, even in international cricket. So those trends are spilling over to UAE domestic cricket.
If you see the way the wicket is playing, and again the pace of the bowlers, I don't think if you catch the outside edge, a genuine outside edge is going to carry till second slip. So that's why they've got that one slip and then sort of gully.
Beautiful delivery and a late decision to leave that one by Vishnu Sukumaran. Shiraz is really testing him.
Fujairah has to look at the way Ajman batted in the top 10 overs. With Sagar, the way he played, he was slow, circumspect, but he was very careful in his approach, and then did give them the start that they needed to post a big total. Fujairah having the batting depth that they have, they can afford to have a couple of overs up top which don't go for a lot of runs because they can cover it up later.
Completely agree. Sagar was 13 of 39 at one stage, and look at the overall score his team has posted. So just need to dig in here a bit, show some quality, show some backbone, and you can cover up. It's a very good track to bat on. You can hit through the line on the up. Shiraz in the middle of an excellent spell. Fish is at it this time. Off the back foot. A bit of extra bounce, extra carry. Another brute of a delivery.
Yeah, that swung really late and pitched and then moved away from Vishnu, who was expecting it to maybe straighten just a little bit or maybe come in. You can't premeditate your shots on this wicket. So really good bowling from Shiraz, especially with the new ball. I was expecting maybe somebody like Sultan to take the new ball with Danish, but this has been a good decision so far.
It certainly has. Shiraz, just 3 runs conceded. Another outswinger. And what I like about what Shiraz is doing, he's not being funky. He's not bowling too many variations, just sticking to that outswinger away from the left-hander.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The only thing funky is his hairstyle. Everything else seems to be consistent and normal.
I really walked into that one. Well said, Abdurrahman.
You did. And I think Shiraz has probably planned this to perfection with his hairstyle. Maybe people will not talk about his bowling as much as his hair, but he is bowling really well, really consistently, which is good to see because he can be a bit wayward with the new ball sometimes.
Lovely punch off the front foot, but straight to the extra cover fielder. 4 overs gone. Fujairah are 12 for 1. Twelve for 1 then after 4 overs. Danish Qureshi continuing. Oh, another Jaffa. Bounce off that good length and beaten all ends up.
Danish bowling really well. You know, Ahmed, before the D10 tournament, Danish was an unknown entity on the domestic circuit. He played really well in one of the local tournaments, bowled 2 super overs and got the team across the line both times, and then made his debut for Ajman. He's really consistent, especially in the domestic circuit, and you can see that trickling in on this format.
Solidly behind that is Aryan Lakra, thinking about pinching a single but nothing doing. Yes, absolutely saw him at length in that D10 tournament. And the Bukhatar League was very impressive. Really like his action and gets consistent movement.
You know, Fujairah actually is missing some key fast bowlers. Last time they had Ayaz and Zahoor, who are very seasoned, experienced players. So guys like Danish doing well, actually knocking on UAE's door as fast bowlers is really good.
Beats that outside edge for the umpteenth time. Danish Qureshi. He is in sensational bowling form.
If you guys think you're watching a replay, you're not. It's every ball, the same situation with Aryan. He's very circumspect, especially not knowing where the ball is going, whether the ball is going away from him or he's going to bring it back in. Again, Danish bowling really well, consistently hitting the same length, hitting the same line again and again. Good to watch.
And already has had a catch dropped off his bowling, but that hasn't disheartened him by any stretch. This time flicked away through that square leg region. They're pushing for 2 and they will get it quite comfortably. Hassan Khalid cleaning up a deep square leg. I don't understand what he's doing a deep square leg though.
Well, if you're a young guy in a team of seniors like Ajman, you're going to go right to the boundary, the third man or square leg. There's no way you're staying inside the circle. But yeah, it's going to be interesting for Ajman on how they use their young spinners. Hassan being left arm Chinaman, Zohaib being a right arm leg spinner. They have the experience with Sultan and Nasir, obviously, but they will have to use the young guys at a stage. And I think Fujairah will be looking to capitalize when they come on to bowl.
Completely agree. And of course, Asif Khan bowls some medium pace as well. Round the wicket, Danish Qureshi. This time hit away towards mid-on, pinching a quick single chance for a run out. But Aryan is absolute greased lightning between the stumps. 5 overs gone. It's 15 for 1. Well, this is the second time today. I should have asked for something else. Just as I mentioned Asif Khan on commentary, he's come into the bowling attack.
I'm just glad I didn't disagree with you on air and we were just having that conversation off air. But a brilliant call by my co-commentator Ahmed, talking about who Ajman's going to use once the new ball is slightly older, and he was adamant that Asif is going to come off the bowl, and he does.
And he's been smashed first ball, one bounce over the rope, a horrible delivery down the leg side, and Aryan Lakra has cashed in big time.
This is, in my opinion, a poor decision, especially when you have bowlers like Sultan and Nasir Aziz, who's a good off spinner. You've got two left-handers on the crease. Nasir can bowl a new ball. Maybe he should have brought himself on, but this will release the pressure on on Fujairah. Beg your pardon.
Of course, my co-commentator had to take a dig at me for suggesting Asif Khan come on to bowl. It's okay, Abdurrahman. I'll get you. I'll have my revenge.
Ahmed, with your trend, I'm sure he's going to get Aryan out this over.
Absolutely, already gotten a life. Round the wicket this time. Oh, horrible delivery, and what a take. Abdul Shakur, you beauty behind the stumps.
Yeah, Shakur is safe 5 runs for his team. That was a really poor delivery, way down the leg side. Shakur driving like a goalkeeper, saving that from going into the back of the net.
Well, we've already seen Phil Foden out here with Shiraz Ahmed. Abdul Shakur doing an impression of Jordan Pickford, the England goalkeeper. Aryan Lakra has moved on to 13 of 16. Lovely punch off the front foot, but straight to another young gun, Hassan. Looking forward to his bowling.
Yeah, he could be a bit of a handful because he flights the ball a lot. He's not one of those bowlers that bowls quick into the wicket. And as a Chinaman, you always pose that difficulty when you bring the ball in and take it away. He does both. It'll be very interesting to watch when he comes into bowl, especially if there is somebody like Basel on the crease who's very good against spinners and uses his feet really well.
Hitting the splice of the bat. So not trying too many things here, Asif Khan. Just bowling seam up. Aryan Lakra. A lot riding on his name. A lot riding on his wicket. Launched over mid on this time. One bounce, couple of bounces, and it trickles away for 4. That is a classy lofted shot.
Very, very good shot by Aryan Lakra. That's one of his strengths, especially when he goes over mid-on in the power play. Again, I think Ajman's missed a trick here. If they wanted to experiment with somebody, I feel Nasser should have come on the ball with the two left-handers at the crease. But they're hoping Asif's batting experience sort of trickles down to his bowling, but it hasn't happened so far.
Foolish delivery, this time swinging the other way and given as a wide. And as you mentioned earlier, Abdurrahman, that Shiraz Ahmed's fitness is not that great, so that's why he has been surely switched out, because he was bowling really, really nicely.
For sure. I don't think it was any other reason other than the fact that he could not have bowled the third over because of his fitness, as Aryan punches it to point for a dot ball. But yeah, this is going to be a challenge for all the teams, especially if you've got players that are not very fit and you can't bowl 3-4 overs on the trot, which was different in the case of Fujairah because they've got so many fitter players. The fast bowlers were able to give them 5 over spells.
Punched off the front foot, they're pushing for a quick single and they'll get it. Hassan Khalid a bit on his heels on that one. 6 overs gone, it's 26 for 1. Danish Qureshi continuing here into his 4th over. It's quite remarkable he doesn't have a wicket to his name yet. He's beaten the outside edge countless times and also had a catch dropped off him.
Good to see that they're continuing with him. He's been the most threatening of the two, even though Shiraz has a wicket to his name. I do expect him to probably take a wicket.
Back of a length, worked away towards the point fielder. I don't like this round the wicket angle though. Why do you want to do that when you were beating the outside edge consistently, bowling it away from Aryan and Vishnu Sukumaran?
I agree 100% there. He did that in the last over and got tonked for a Aryan took a easy single off him. If you're taking the ball away and bringing it back in, when you go around the wicket, you're taking out one angle. The ball's mostly going to come back in now.
Shoulders, arms to that one. Tempted him to go for that square drive. Completely agree with you, Abdurrahman, that from here, it's not easy to swing the ball away from the left-hander like someone like Kemar Roach or Freddie Flintoff in his prime used to do with the older ball. So just stick to over the wicket. You keep them guessing and you have a perfect outswinger. And you were getting extra bounce of a length as well from those areas.
We keep talking about batsmen having the patience in tough situations. It's very similar to bowlers as well. Just because you've beaten the outside edge a couple of times and you don't have a wicket doesn't mean you need to keep changing and trying stuff. I think going around the wicket has made it a little bit more difficult from Danish as he bowls a no ball, and Lakra would definitely not mind a free hit at this stage.
An absolute crime to step over the line in limited overs cricket. And Danish will have to bowl that dreaded free hit. Aryan Lakra, 18 of 24. Seeing the ball a bit better now. Let's see. Here we go. Free hit coming up. Oh, top edge and taken in the slips this time, but can you believe it? Asif Khan has held on to a free hit.
Yeah, not the catch that they wanted him to take. But again, not a bad ploy by Danish going for a slower delivery, rolling his fingers. Aryan throwing the kitchen sink at it, but again, as a free hit, you've got the license.
To be fair, that's a pretty decent catch from Asif Khan. But of course, the horse has bolted, so to speak. 27 for 1. Slow going so far for Fujairah. Oh, look at that, jagging back in, and they're going to take a quick single within the circle. My goodness, Sagar has to do a lot better than that.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge challenge for Ajman. Unlike even Dubai yesterday and Fujairah today, their inner fielders are not as quick or as fit as you would say some of the players are from the other sides. So there are quite a few singles on the offer, especially inside the circle.
It's been quite a while since we've seen Vishnu Sukumaran on strike. It tends to unsettle batsmen when they're not facing for long stints at the crease. Beats his outside edge once again. Beautiful bowling.
The way Danish is bowling right now, I'm sure if you're Vishnu, you want to stay at the non-striker's end though.
Two of 10. It's been a real grind for Vishnu Sukumaran. Danish Qureshi. He's feeling a bit under the weather now. Running hot. And my advice to any player who feels the pinch, immediately stop what you're doing and get some fluids into you. Get off the ground. Short ball to conclude the over. 7 overs gone. 28 for 1. Bit of a surprise here. Shiraz coming back into the attack after being taken off. So Nasir Aziz, the captain of Team Ajman, definitely shuffling his bowlers around. This time extra cover drive straight to Hassan. Shy at the stumps. Just about missed it.
Yeah, poor throw there. There was a good opportunity to get that run out. Vishnu not looking at his partner halfway down. Hassan had a lot of time in his hand, but I don't know why he just went for the blind throw and completely missed it.
Oh my goodness, really well off target. And you were absolutely right, Abdurrahman. Vishnu Sukumaran, don't know what he was doing there. Was stranded in no man's land. Slip in place for Shiraz. Solidly behind that is Aryan though. Hassan has moved into a more of a point position here, cover point. Really patrolling and making an impact in the field.
There's some banter going on between Shiraz and Aryan. They play for the same club locally and obviously play each other in and out in the ECB camp. So it's going to be interesting to see how Aryan responds.
It's a game within a game, as they say. 19 of 28. Lovely square drive, but straight to the backward point fielder. Really nailed that one. But Sagar does a good job.
That will give Lakra quite a bit of confidence. Obviously, he didn't get the runs, but that did come off the middle of the bat. It's just about taking those opportunities. The next time, if he finds the gap, it's going to rub salt in the wounds of Shiraz.
Nicely punched off the front foot. They will get a single just to the right of mid-off. Once again, Vishnu Sukumaran coming on strike after an absolute age. That's one aspect of his game that Aryan needs to improve, the rotation of strike.
Yeah, I agree with you. Even in domestic cricket, he's a fluent timer of the ball. But one of the things he struggles with is running between the wickets. If you've played with him, and I know quite a few people who have, they're usually dreading opening the batting with him because they think they're going to get run out anytime. So it'll be good to see his approach in running between the wickets.
Oh, absolute Jaffa there from Shiraz. Seaming away off the deck. Vishnu Sukumaran gives the pitch a look. He's like, mate, give me something to hit.
Yeah, with Shiraz, he's not going to get anything to hit. I think he's going to have to do something himself. He does look a little bit underconfidence, but as long as he's at the wicket, you never know. If he spends time at the crease, faces about 30 odd deliveries. When the spinners come in and the ball's spinning slowly, he'll give an opportunity to free his arms. The key is not to get frustrated.
Completely agree with you, Abdurrahman. 2 of 12. Foolish delivery. Driven away towards cover point once again. But he will pick up a single this time. 8 overs gone. It's 30 for 1. Right then is the captain. Nasser Aziz coming on to bowl. His swag is off the charts.
He's known as Nasser Don, by the way, in the domestic circuit. Been in and around for a long time. He's been playing in Ajman for as long as I can remember. Wily Fox, very good off spinner, and bowls a really good doosra as well.
2 lefties at the crease, so he will be in the game. Slip in place. Coming round the wicket though, interesting. I guess it makes sense. You can have that arm ball becoming effective.
Yeah, he's very confident against left-handed batsmen. He prefers bowling to them as well.
Worked away off the back foot to Shiraz Pia. That's a run that should never be conceded. That's poor fielding.
That's actually good running if you think about it. Lakada has seen the ball go to Shiraz, who's right deep at the edge of the circle. So that's an easy single because of, again, Shiraz's fitness being a major concern.
Right behind that one. And Zuhaib swooping in. That's more like it. That's the kind of energy you need in the ring on the offside. Number 1, number on his back, and number 1 in his style as well. You love to see it. Asif Khan standing in slip, his able deputy. Shorter ball hit away at the gap between cover point, and nice rotation of strike there from Aryan. That's a good shot.
Yeah, one of the things that Fujairah did really well in the circle was that they had the fielders up. Ajman's got most of them right at the edge, which is why they're taking the easy singles.
Yes, both are super fit, Aryan, Lakra and Vishnu. So they will run hard between the wickets. What they lack in perhaps hitting power, they'll make up in quick running. Nasser a bit displeased with his fielders and rightly making some adjustments. Flighted delivery, top edge. Oh, it's beaten the short third man. My goodness, that was a chance created. He was backpedaling and just couldn't make it back in time.
I'm going to tell you what, that's an interesting thing that just happened, because if Shiraz was there, they just moved Shiraz and put Hassan over there. If Shiraz was there, he might have caught it because he's about a foot taller than Hassan.
Look at that. Was backpedaling and hit his head pretty hard on the surface. Hassan Khalid, we all know, leaves it all on the field. Tried his level best, but just couldn't get his hand on it. So the Dawn is in operation. Look at that. Swinging arm ball. Flicked away towards mid-wicket. And there's a sweeper out there, Sagar. So even Nasir getting the ball to hoop around.
Yeah, that's his strength. His arm ball actually swings into the left-hander away from the right-hander, like a medium pacer, and it actually catches a lot of people, out of surprise.
Nicely punched off the front foot in the gap between cover point. It's running away, but it will pull up. Relay throw there. But good looking shot there from Aryan Lakra. End of the 9th over. It's 37 for 1. Right then, another change in the bowling. Sultan Ahmed, the left arm orthodox bowler, coming in to the attack. Played for Lahore Qalandars in the Abu Dhabi T10. Had a very successful tournament. And was in fact in their PSL squad as well, I believe.
Yes, he was. Again, very seasoned campaigner. He used to play for Sialkot Stallions, which was one of the number one, which was the number one team in the domestic circuit for a very long time from T20s. Played under Shoaib Malik, so very experienced, and it's good to see that he's represented teams in the PSL and he's doing really well for UAE.
Vishnu Sukumaran will be on strike. This is an interesting passage of play. Quick single taken, bit of a misfield in the covers. Good call and good response by Aryan.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to take a quick single, that's one of the basics that you need to do. You need to trust your partner and go for that call. A slight hesitation and you'll see what happened with Asif. If you can get a direct hit, you'll get that guy.
Oh, beautiful delivery. Has he bowled him? Can you believe it? The Sultan has come in and taken the wicket of Aryan Lakra immediately.
Brilliant delivery. It straightened, it didn't turn a little bit. Lakra went for the turn, completely played all around the ball, and it hit the top of off.
Fantastic arm ball there from Sultan Ahmed. Beat him all ends up. And Aryan Lakra has to depart. (23 of 34 for Aryan. Worked hard for his runs. 3 boundaries in there. And just when it looked like he might kick on, a brute of a delivery from Sultan has removed his off bail.
A good bowling change from Nasir eventually. We were hoping to see Sultan earlier than when he came into ball. He's an impact bowler, and especially when you've got players like Lankada and Vishnu who are under pressure, they should have brought him on a little earlier than they did. But he's made the difference in just the second ball.
New batsman striding out to the middle is Basil Hamid, one of the finest players on the UAE domestic scene. Tell us more about him, Abdur Rahman.
So Basel is, with some would say, one of the best middle order batsmen in the UAE. He was the captain of the Emirates Blues team in the D20 tournament, and he's been playing domestically really well in the Zalmi Cup that's happening right now. Actually, he's got more runs than Mohammad Wasim, believe it or not. So a lot banks on his experience in the middle order for Fujairah if they want to get across the line.
Sultan Ahmed, immediate impact. Slip in place for Basil Hamid. A really, really top quality player. And you feel that if he doesn't get a big innings tonight, it's going to be tough for Team Fujairah to remain in this game. A crucial passage of play coming up. Works it away on the leg side and gets off the mark, does Basil Hamid. The run rate has never gotten out of hand. Very disciplined, if unspectacular bowling here from Team Ajman. They're the kind of side that needs a score to defend. They're not going to bowl you out with sheer magic or aggression, but if they have, very hard to get away.
Yeah, so one of the things that people think of when they're playing against Ajman is they don't want Ajman to chase, especially on the strength of their batting. Their bowling, as you said, is a bit circumspect. They are steady, but not spectacular. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Fujairah plans their chase as the over finishes with 39 runs on the board.
Nasser Aziz continuing here. Seems to be a pattern for off spinners to wear the shades to bowl. Lovely flick towards mid wicket. Chance for a run out, but Vishnu Sukumaran safely gets back.
Yeah, Basel and Vishnu actually play together in the same club, so they do have an understanding. I think Vishnu must have seen the fielder and said, let's go for that quick single, but Basel's just new on the crease. He probably want to settle down a little bit before he looks at things.
Flicked away towards square leg this time. They're pushing for two. It's Basil's call and he'll make it quite comfortably. Truly one of my favorite cricketers on the UAE domestic scene.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people talk about Wasim and Asif and even Chirag and the way they bat. But if you've seen Basil bat, you'll know that he's technically very correct. But he's also very intelligent. He paces his innings really well.
Absolutely intelligent is the right way to describe him. Knows his game inside out. Plays the percentages. And when it's needed to take a calculated risk, he'll take a dip. If you're building a side in the UAE domestic scene, he's the first named on the team sheet for me. Nicely punched off the back foot down the ground. And Nasser Aziz, the captain of Team Ajman, knows he needs to get number 4 for Team Fujairah immediately.
Yeah, if he can get Vishnu out here, what will happen is it will expose Fujairah's middle order, which is Usman and Basil. And if you get one of those, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Fujairah, especially when they're chasing 6.5, 7 runs and over from now on onwards. So it's going to be interesting. I'm sure Nasser is trying his best to see if he can get Vishnu out somehow in this over.
Top edge drive over the top of cover point. Didn't quite catch it on the blade, but they will pick up 2 runs. So Vishnu trying to be a bit expansive against the off spin of Nasser Aziz. Didn't quite catch it on the blade.
Yeah, again, it's all about form and confidence. You know, a delivery like this, maybe to Aryan Lakra would have gone for 4, but since Vishnu is a little bit out of touch, he just gets those over the circle and for 2 runs.
Look at that arm ball, my goodness. Nasser Aziz, excellent delivery to end the over. 44 for 2. Sultan Ahmed continuing here. Already has the scalp of Aryan to his name. Lovely cut shot there from Basil Hamid. But there has a cover sweeper posted for Sultan. It's the young lad Zohaib.
Now, Ahmed, from a UAE perspective, it's good to see so much batting talent. You know, as an associate country, mostly the struggle is to find good batsmen who can post runs. But with UAE, if you see guys like Wasim and Asif, Chirag, Basil, Rizwan, CP, there's so much talent. You know, in the top order, it's really good to watch.
Hit straight to mid wicket. I don't know where Vishnu was going, to be quite honest. But he needs to get a move on. 10 of 22 in a run chase. Fair enough, you want to take your time. But it doesn't mean you go at a strike rate of below 50. Sultan Ahmed has settled in well here. Bit of a leading edge, but they'll pick up a single.
Vishnu will want to get off strike as quickly as possible when Sultan's bowling. He's already gotten the wicket of Lakra and he's looking very dangerous to the left-hander. You know, give as much a strike of Basil as possible, who's looking very free-flowing even from now.
Slip in place for Basil. It's a good aggression shown here by Nasser. That arm ball that he bowls over the top. Oh, look at that commitment at mid-wicket. It's that man, Rahul Chopra. What a live wire. Love his energy in the field.
Yeah, very good fielder. Again, when we saw him bat, he was live wire between the wickets as well. Good running. So good to see some new talent, some new faces doing well.
My goodness, outside edge. Gone to third man. Asif Khan will rein it in. But straightening off the middle of the pitch. Sultan is making the ball misbehave here.
Sultan's given a look to his captain saying, where is my first slip? That took the outside edge. Would have been a 50-50 chance for the slip, but as soon as that ball caught Basil's edge, the first thing Sultan did was look at Nasser and say, what have you done?
Sultan is proving to be a bit of a game changer here. He's bowling exceptionally well. This time just dead bats it. 12 overs gone, 48 for 2. 48 for 2 after 11 overs. Vishnu Sukumaran and Basil Hamid doing the repair job. And Nasser Aziz is testing them, bowling from around the wicket. .271 the target needed in the allotted 50 overs.
Even though they've lost 2 wickets, Fujairah's run rate is not that bad right now. They're going at about exactly 4 and over, and need to go at a runner ball, which is something that they can cover at a later stage. What they don't want to do is lose another wicket at this point.
Quicker delivery down the leg side, given as a wide. I'm not enjoying this variations that Nasser is using here. Just throw it up outside off. I think you can tempt Vishnu into a bad shot.
Yeah, he did play a false shot that went just over the circle in the cover region. But knowing Nasser, he loves to bowl that in-swinger, which not a lot of batsmen can catch.
Good quick single taken there by Vishnu. .50 up for Team Fujairah in the 13th over. They've lost the 2 wickets of Aryan Lakra and the main man Mohammad Wasim. So it's on this man on screen, Basil Hamid, to steady the ship and do a job similar to Dawood Ijaz for Team Ajman.
Ahmed, for Fujairah, losing Wasim so early in the innings was actually not a bad thing. If you followed the last few tournaments, you'll know that Fujairah relies so heavily on him that when he fails, they have troubles, especially when it's the knockouts.
Big appeal. Oh, Vishnu Sukumaran. Pardon me, Abdur Rahman. Nasser Aziz, of course, goes through his overs so quickly. Sometimes we get caught in our own thoughts.
Yeah, there was an LBW appeal and then Vishnu was halfway down the wicket. So everything happening in that delivery.
That looked very straight, to be very honest. Perhaps sliding down leg. But Nasser has something to appeal for sure. Chance for a run out. My goodness, Vishnu Sukumaran. He's like a cat on a hot tin roof out there.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to stay in that heat. Maybe he just wants to get back into the dressing room and take an ice bath, because this is the second time he's done this.
The ball is really, literally almost in Chopra's palms and he's running. I don't understand what he's up to. But that man, Rahul Chopra, he's controlling that mid-wicket region. Excellent fielder. Look at that. Swooping in every single time.
Basil should have a chat with Vishnu. Tell him, you need to calm down. You need to stay at the crease. Bat for at least 20 overs. Give a platform for somebody like Usman and Ahmed Raza to finish the innings.
Nicely worked away. That's more like it from Basil. Indeed, you can't win the game in a single over, but you can definitely lose it. That's what Vishnu needs to think about right now.
Definitely, very well said. A lot of time the batsman, is in such a hurry. If you're chasing 6 runs and over, it doesn't mean you need to finish the innings in 25 overs. You can bat the full 50, and this is a great opportunity for somebody like Vishnu.
Just dead bats that one. 13 overs gone. 51 for 2. Sultan continuing here. Surprising he's only bowled 2 overs. It feels like he's bowled 4 or 5. But only 6 runs conceded. Basil Hamid on strike. Slip in place. That arm ball that he loops in over the top. Bit of a top spinner. Gets some extra bounce as well. Makes him very, very dangerous. Look at that. Just on middle and off. Giving absolutely no room.
Sultan's one of those bowlers that has the toughest job in cricket, bowling with the new ball in the power play in T10 and T20 cricket. So I'm sure he's enjoying the pace of the 50-over game where not everybody's going hell on leather against him.
Excellent delivery once again. Basil Hamid this time feeling a bit unsettled. He doesn't want to be on strike. It's quite remarkable how the body language can change so quickly.
And it's the job of the fielders inside the circle as well to back their bowler, make sure they're putting the pressure, not giving those easy singles and letting him bowl to that same batsman again and again.
Making an adjustment there in his crease, Basil Hamid. Quicker delivery, punched off the back foot, so bit of a release single there for Basil. Sultan, I would feel, is slightly disappointed with that delivery.
Yeah, he would have wanted to bowl the full over at Basel, see if he can get the more experienced batsman out in this over. But an easy single straight down the ground.
Only 7 runs conceded by Sultan. Nicely clipped by Vishnu. So the game is in a bit of a holding pattern right now. Fujairah looking to rebuild. Ajman looking to get through their overs quickly. Something has got to give.
This is the time where Fujairah struggled quite a bit when their spinners were not able to control the game. So it'll be interesting to see Ajman's approach with the ball and Fujairah's approach with the bat as Basel punches it down the ground to long on for an easy single.
14 overs gone, 54 for 2. Lovely punch off the back foot, and it's gone all the way for 4. Basil Hamid has now gotten stuck into his work.
Yeah, Nasser is not very happy. That should have been a regulation stop. Again, we were talking about this. Fielders inside the circle have to support their bowlers when you've got that pressure. And that's just, went to the left of the cover fielder through the boundary for 4.
Lovely shot by Basil, beating that extra cover fielder. Now a quick single taken. This is what I love about Basil's batting. The IQ level is through the roof.
Yeah, as you said, spot on. That's very intelligent cricket. You've got the boundary, first ball, take the single, go to the other end, collect your thoughts. They've gotten the runs that you need on the over. If you're an Indian cricket fan, though, there's some bad news. Ollie Robinson has just taken Virat Kohli's wicket.
Well, this might be controversial, but I'll take Basil Hamid over Virat Kohli any day. Beauty! The Dawn producing an absolute Jaffer, holding its line. Vishnu Sukumaran was just lucky to get beaten.
Ahmed, I think Basil's going to take that sound clip and put it as his mobile ringtone moving forward.
Well, if he wants to wake up to hearing my voice. He'll get some nightmares. Oh, look at that. That big booming arm ball. And he always bowls it at least once every over.
Yeah, and the cool thing about Nasser is every time he bowls that, he doesn't get a wicket. He pretends as if it's the batsman's fault. He should have gotten out at that time. Look at that! Look at that! He just looks at the batsman. He's like, "Why are you still in the crease?"
Well, I wonder why not try bowling 6 of those in a row. You never know what will happen. The way it's hooping in the air. Excellent delivery once again.
I take it. I think it takes a lot of effort to bowl that, and Nasser probably gets tired every time he does that, so he needs a break.
I'll tell you why he doesn't bowl that. That might knock his shades off. That's why.
Yeah, true.
Wiley, Nasser Aziz. Flighted delivery. Vishnu Sukumaran wants nothing to do with it. 15 overs gone. 59 for 2. Sultan Ahmed continuing here. Oh, there once again that looping arm ball, very different to the one Nasser bowls. Sultan tends to give it a bit of flight, lets it drift in, while Nasser really swings it in. This is really, really good bowling. I had my doubts about Sultan bowling outside the power play, but he's been absolutely mesmerizing.
And I was talking to a couple of people. He looks really fit as well, which is a good thing. I think he's feeling confident about himself. Again, being selected for the PSL does do wonders for your confidence, and he's showing that now in the domestic circuit.
100%. Basel Hamid not capitalizing on that rare poor delivery. Down the leg side this time. Hit straight to final leg. Quick single taken. Vishnu Sukumaran responding to the call immediately.
Yeah, they've targeted Shiraz as a sort of a weak link inside the circle. Every time the ball goes to him or near him, they look for that easy single inside the circle. Good over so far from Sultan, just the 1 run coming off it.
Bowling a very, very good spell. Worked off the back foot, but a dot delivery. This is what I don't like about Vishnu's innings so far. He's not rotating the strike consistently.
Yes, not as fluently as Basel. Again, putting a little bit of pressure on the other batsmen as well. In the last over, we saw they went for 5 runs in the first 2 balls, and then all the other balls were dot balls. So I think rotation of strike is really important for them in this chase.
back after the drinks break. 60 for 2 in 16 overs. Our team Fujairah. And there's been a change in the bowling. It's going to be Zohaib Zohair. Very promising young leggy. Tell us more about him, Abdur Rahman.
Yeah, he's a very talented kid. Gives it a real rip. Turns the ball even on cement pitches, which is not very easy to do. A very confident player, very confident kid. He's going to flight the ball quite a bit. So very interesting to see the approach after the break.
Hits a line in length immediately. And they also have Hassan Khalid to bowl. So they can have leggies from both ends of both varieties. Will be fun to watch. Fires it in. But ricocheting off the non-striker end's stumps. Thankfully, he didn't get a hand on that. So Vishnu's quite safe. Cut away, but straight to point. Good stop there, but that man, Rahul Chopra, he's really popping on the screen.
Yeah, again, Zohaib will want to bowl as many balls as he can to the right-hander, get into a rhythm. So it's very important for the fielders inside the circle to help him out.
Shiraz P at short third, quite alert there. Hard drive towards extra cover, but the sweeper was quite proactive. Good field placing, that could have easily been 4, but he moved to his right quite swiftly. That required run rate is slowly but surely starting to creep up, and they need to get a move on.
As long as they can keep it, in and around 7 runs and over in the last 15, Fujairah will be confident to chase this total down. Anything higher will make it difficult. Again, after Usman, they don't have a lot of batting talent, so it'll be interesting to watch what happens if a wicket falls now.
Steady over there from Zohaib. 61 for 2 after 17 overs. The rebuild is very much on here for Team Fujairah. Down the leg side this time, a rare poor delivery from Sultan.
Well, interesting, Ahmed. Shakur is not the wicket keeper right now. It's the 12th man, Safir, who's keeping for Ajman. So I think similar to Hamdan, maybe cramps or the heat getting to the wicket keeper.
Indeed. Cotton Bowl. Can you believe it? Vishnu Sukumaran trying to play that big drive through extra cover. Inside half of the bat and sharply taken by the Sultan.
Very, very poor shot from Vishnu. Again, just after the break, you've settled in, you've gone in for the long haul, and then to play a shot like that and throw your wicket away, that's going to put a lot of pressure on Fujairah now. And Ajman must be sensing blood in the waters.
Excellent flight. Induced him into that big drive. Vishnu was frustrated. And a straightforward catch. 13 of 34, his long vigil at the crease finally comes to an end.
The two most experienced batsmen in UAE and Fujairah, Usman and Basil at the crease now. Dot ball. Ajman must be really looking to get one of these guys out to put a lot of pressure on Fujairah. Still long way to go in this chase. And the run rate climbing now almost 7 and over.
The signature yellow pads of Mohammad Usman. It's basically this pair or bust for Team Fujairah. Maybe the captain Ahmed Raza could be influential with the bat, but a big partnership needed here. Sultan Ahmed has been outstanding.
Definitely all that experience from Sultan showing in that over, taking the crucial wicket of Vishnu, getting the two senior players into the crease now.
18 overs are gone, 65 for 3. Zuhaib to continue. A lot of spin options here for Team Ajman. Oh, top edge towards square leg. And he's caught. Can you believe it? A nothing delivery produces a wicket here for Team Ajman.
Well, Ajman must be considering himself really lucky. That was a nothing delivery, rank, short ball down the leg side. If anything, Basil middled it really well. That should have gone nowhere near the boundary, but poor shot. And Ajman very lucky to have that breakthrough.
My goodness, we've been talking of Basil Hamid all day, and then he throws his wicket away in the most extraordinary fashion. It's a bit of a mini collapse here. First Vishnu Sukumaran and now Basil Hamid, the mainstay of the Team Fujairah batting. And it's the wicketkeeper batsman Hamdan Tahir striding out. A lot of pressure and responsibility on his shoulders.
Yeah, he's going to be under a lot of pressure. He had to walk off in the end because of the cramps that he was having. So it'll be interesting to see the running between the wickets. A very talented kid, a really good batsman in the D10. He did play some good knocks, but this is a completely different situation, and there's a long way to go for him. So it'll be interesting to see. The good thing is obviously he's got Usman on the other end, who's a seasoned campaigner, and hopefully he can guide him and see this match through for Fajera.
Zohair, the leg spinner, getting a bit of a gift-wrapped wicket there with his worst ball of his spell, to be quite frank. Left hand, both left-handers at the crease, so captain Nasser Aziz will feel like he's in the game.
I wouldn't be surprised if Nasser came into ball now. Again, two left-handers on the crease. Hamdan, very inexperienced, very talented, but very inexperienced. You could expect that booming in-swinger from Nasser to trouble him more than it did with Vishnu.
Completely agree with you there. And even the left-arm leg spin of Hassan Khalid will be very useful. Beautiful delivery, right on the spot from Zohaib round the wicket.
These are the moments that put you on the map. Hamdan's got a great opportunity. He did have a bit of a tough time behind the wicket, but he's seen the wicket play, so I'm hoping that he can put in a big performance today.
Playing across the line, a stifled appeal. Needs to be careful playing around his pad. From that angle, if he misses, he'll be in very, very serious trouble. Quicker delivery. Just stood up from the pitch. Zohaib has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Mixes up his leggies quite well.
The interesting thing is both of them play for the same club domestically. So I'm sure Hamdan has seen a lot of Zohaib in the nets and has kept to him as well.
Down the leg side, the keeper has missed it. Already been given as wides, but it won't reach the boundary rope. That man, Rahul Chopra, cleans up again. 3 runs to the total. Zohaib continuing here. Once again standing up that delivery, and Hamdan does get off the mark this time.
Usman again has a lot of responsibility. He's done this day in, day out on the domestic circuit. He usually comes into bat when his team is in a lot of trouble and puts in big performances. But this is a completely different stage. Be interesting to see his approach.
Oh, tries to cut that away. Beats the outside edge. End of a productive over for Team Ajman. Nasser Aziz to continue like we suggested. Straight to mid-wicket this time. Change in ends though for Nasser.
Yeah, I don't think he's too worried about the ends. He's seen the two left-handers at the crease, one of them the inexperienced Hamdan, and he's like, you know what, this is a good opportunity to get a wicket.
Quick single taken, shy at the stumps from Rahul. So if we zoom out a bit and look ahead of the Rahman, it will be quite a big upset if Team Ajman managed to get this victory over Fujairah.
Well, yes. See, Fujairah by default is considered, some of the best team actually in the tournament, and Ajman has struggled mostly in these D tournaments. So if they are able to get that first win over Fujairah, it'll give them confidence to beat teams like Abu Dhabi and Dubai and maybe make the playoffs.
Completely agree with you. We've seen the likes of Team Dubai and Abu Dhabi already in the Emirates D50. I can safely say perhaps that Ajman look a better side than them. But of course, anything can happen on any given day. But I do like the look of this Ajman unit. Top order is good. Spin options are excellent. Perhaps another pacer in their side would make me feel a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think they are short. You would probably say a fast bowling all-rounder, or somebody who can bowl in their depth with the old ball, and then you give it a tonk in the end. They did have Amir Hamza in their lineup for the last 3 tournaments, so that's somebody that would have been perfect in this situation, but still a very well-rounded unit.
Quickly getting through their overs are the Team Ajman spinners. That's one advantage they do have. 20 overs gone, 71 for 4. Oh, big appeal from Zuhaib, surely. Yes, he's got him. Mohammad Usman has to head back. It's the young leg spin prodigy Zuhaib Zohair with another wicket.
That's a huge wicket there in the context of the game. Usman, the stalwart for Fujairah, their most seasoned batsman, they were looking at him to take them across the line, but Zohaib has struck and a big wicket in the context of the match. Fujairah in a lot of trouble right now.
Mohammad Usman just couldn't get going tonight. 1 off 7. That looked very adjacent. Played across his pad, and the umpire gave them the nod of death.
Yeah, he was hoping that he would have given a chance, but that looked plumb in front. Ahmed Raza, the Fujairah captain, we were speaking to him in the morning. He was saying he's going to bat up the order. I was expecting him not to have a bat, but I think he knew sort of deep down he's going to have a big bat today. So it'll be interesting to see his approach with so many runs still to play.
It's the grey fox himself, Ahmed Raza. Take a look at the replay of that. That looks very straight. Pitching on middle and going on with the arm. And Zuhaib, very enthusiastic appeal, convinced the umpire. Well done.
Interesting to see. Usman was showing his bat. Did he think he got an inside edge maybe? Because if he didn't, that was plumb in front. Hit him right in the line of middle and off. And it wasn't a big turner as well. It just straightened through the line. So very well bowled to the left-hander.
I think he might have hit his pad and he thought it was the ball. 2 for 5. What a spell here from Zuhaib. He's proved to be a pure wicket taker. Bit of a maverick. And very effective. 71 for 5. My goodness. Half the side already in the hut. And they're 200 runs away. Beauty beats the outside edge of big Ahmed Raza. This will be a fascinating contest.
Yeah, right arm leg spinners are actually again one of those things that are very special in Dubai. You've got Karthik Meiyappan, Aditya Shetty. So somebody like Zohaib putting in a performance like this against such a strong team is going to do his confidence a lot of wonders.
Oh my goodness, Zohair, what have you done? Overstepping. And that means it's going to be a free hit for the Grey Fox, Ahmed Raza himself.
I love the way bowlers look at the umpire and ask him, how was that a no ball? As if they were looking at their feet the entire time.
Slip in place, but it is a free hit. Down the track, slogged away towards square leg, but only going to be a single here for Fujairah and UAE captain Ahmed Raza. Didn't quite catch it on the blade.
This is a good opportunity for Ahmed as well to get some runs under his belt, spend some time at the crease. I know that's not his premier job, but for sure, as the captain, he's got the responsibility now to take them across the line.
Just 8 runs conceded. Asif Khan looking quite relaxed in the slip cordon. Oh, look at that. Gone through the keeper and the slip fielder. They'll collect not one but 2 byes. Excellent running by Ahmed Raza. 21 overs are up. 76 for 5. Nasir Aziz continuing. Will be interesting to see the captain v captain battle. Hamdan meanwhile just looking to rotate the strike, hang in there, bat the overs. Having a chat with the keeper, Safir, who's in for Abdul Shakur. There's that trademark drifting arm ball from the Don himself, but Hamdan was aware of it.
Good opportunity for Hamdan, in my opinion. This is a stage in which you want to show that you belong here, get the runs, see if you can get your team across the line. As he plays a dot ball to Nasir, who's bowling really well to the left-handers. But for kids like Zohaib, like Hamdan, like Hassan, this is a great opportunity to show what they can do on the big level.
Single of the final delivery, 77 for 5 after 22 overs.
Three dot balls in a row. Zohaib bowling a perfect line in length. Um, this approach is going to get really dangerous for Fujairah if they don't at least try to rotate the strike, because 7 required run rate and it's only going to go higher. Again, misses a rank long hop. Zohaib putting a lot of pressure on the batsman.
Oh, big googly there. Wrong one. Pitched outside leg. Outside leg of Hamdan Tahir. So definitely can't be given out. 23 overs gone. 77 for 5. Right then, we have captain versus captain here. Ahmed Raza facing up to Nasser Aziz. Definitely going to be a lot of banter in the middle right now.
Ajman putting a lot of pressure on Fujairah. They've got 7 dot balls now. The last over was a maiden from Zohaib. And the first ball was a dot ball. They take a quick single with Ahmed getting off strike.
Pinching a single there. Nasser would be disappointed. He was trying to line up Ahmed Raza. What can you tell us about Ahmed Raza's batting though, Abdurrahman?
He's improved a lot over the last few seasons. He's been focusing a lot on his batting as well, practicing in the nets, giving himself time when he goes in the practice matches as well, which is good to see, because again, there's a lot of competition from the left arm paces, left arm spinners. So for Ahmed to have that additional string in his bow with his batting is going to be important as he leads the UAE team.
Solidly behind that is Hamdan, who's taking a lot of time to get going. 4 of 23, if you can believe it. Fired it in and clipped away towards square leg. So Nasser Aziz going through his overs in a hurry, bowling quite well, only 24 runs conceded. He's in his 7th over.
Hamdan actually opens the batting for his club, or bats at 3. So he's not very comfortable when it comes to the spinners. So Nasser's done really well to keep himself and Zohaib on with Hamdan at the crease.
Quick single taken here, chance for a run out, but he has missed. Decent enough call in the end. End of the over, 79 for 5. Nasser Aziz making a bowling change here, going to his ace fast bowler Danish Qureshi. Very good move in my opinion, Abdurrahman.
Yes, he's going for the kill. Obviously, Hamdan looking a bit circumspect. Although I feel Hamdan will be a little bit more comfortable with the pace on the ball compared to the spinners. But Danish, wily customer, it'll be interesting to see the line and length he bowls to both Hamdan and Ahmed.
Of course, he was really struggling in the heat after bowling 4 overs, but seems to have recovered adequately and even come back into the attack. So that good stuff from young Danish.
Ahmed, when you're talking about the heat, an interesting thing that I saw was that the scorers on the ground had to keep their laptop and their mobile phones in the ice box because they just stopped working because of the heat.
My goodness. You can only imagine if that's the temperature on the sidelines, what it's like in the middle. You can add another 5 or 6 degrees to already low 40s and mid 40s. Very, very tough conditions for 50 over cricket, but credit to these guys. They're working hard and they're giving it their all. 80 for 5 after 24. A long, long way away from their required target of 271. But that man on screen, Ahmed Raza, will make a fist of things for sure. Danish Qureshi bounding in. Foolish delivery. Given as a wide. Bit harsh there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that was just inside the line. But again, delivery outside off. Again, interesting to see Ahmed leave that ball. In any other day, he would have tried to talk that over cover for 4 or 6 even. So the game situation demanding the way Ahmed and Hamdan are currently batting, which is not their natural approach.
Lovely outswinger there from Danish. Slip in place, so Captain Nasser Aziz is backing his main pacer to get Ahmed Raza to nick off.
Yeah, Ajman's challenge in the past has always been around how much they attack or how they defend when their bowlers come into bowl. So it's good to see. Obviously, with the big score behind them and Fujairah already 5 down, they can go for the attack.
Ahmed Raza was interested in having a flirt at that, but well wide of the tram lines.
If you're Danish at this moment, you're wondering, I've bowled 3, but I still have 5 more to go. And in this heat, every ball feels like bowling an over.
Indeed. So you can't really waste your energy bowling wide of the mark. 82 for 5. That's much more like it. 5th stump line and very full. That's his modus operandi. That's where he gets most of his wickets.
Yeah, he's very consistent outside off. I think this surprise delivery, which is going to be the one that comes into the right-hander, is the one he's going to set up Ahmed for. So he's going to go outswing, 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 and then try to bring one in like the way he was moving away from the left-handers.
Oh, goes for that big in-swinger. It's been kicked away. Going to the fine leg boundary, but it's going to pull up. Dawood Ijaz fires a throw in, but nobody's running there. So going for that magic ball, but just off target.
Yeah, that hit his pads and trickled down to the fine leg boundary where Dawood fielded. Again, booming in swinger. Just missed his line a little bit. Probably a little bit more straighter would have been interesting. Maybe a huge appeal. But 2 runs nonetheless for Fujairah.
Really is fascinating how he consistently keeps getting swing on that ball, be it over number 1 or over number 25. There is that big in swinger once again, not quite on target. Ahmed Raza has managed to work this away to the leg side.
For a right-hand fast bowler, it's not very easy to do both. If your stock delivery is the one that's the outswing, The in swing is a completely different approach to the wicket, the wrist position, the way your head's going to fall off. So it's good to see that he's trying that. And again, the higher level cricket you play, you need to have a lot more than just a stock outswinger in your arsenal.
Oh, lovely delivery from around the wicket. Getting the ball to just hold its line. Hamdan Tahir beaten all ends up. Take a look at that. Lovely delivery. It's a very difficult art to come around the wicket and swing it away from the left-hander, but Danish, with that immaculate wrist position, is so good at it.
You can see he's actually working the ball as well. He's putting that shine on that one side to give it as much opportunity to move off the wicket as possible.
Foolish delivery, has a big drive at it, but only hits air. 25 overs gone. It's 85 for 5. Well, there's going to be a change in the bowling. It's going to be the left arm wrist spin of Hassan Khalid.
And Ahmed, again, on cue, you were asking for Hassan to come into bowl, and the captain gives him the ball. I am now convinced that there is a headphone or a mic somewhere in the captain's ears, and you're feeding them all that information.
Well, if I may speak some Urdu here, there's a Dil Ka connection here. 85 for 5. Very unique bowler is Hassan. Bowling to the UAE captain. Tried to cut that away. Drifted across him. Let's see if he can get some turn. He usually does.
So Hassan actually played for Fujairah in the inaugural D10 tournament that happened. He was one of their best bowlers. Obviously, his hair was not that long that time. Neither was he as tall as he is right now. So maybe a point to prove to Fujairah for letting him go.
Well, it's making me chuckle a bit because he's still not that tall. So I can only imagine how tall he was 2-3 years ago. Floated delivery. Ahmed Raza didn't want to take a chance on that big full toss.
Yeah, it's the pressure of being 5 down. If they were maybe 2 down, Ahmed would have thrown the kitchen sink at that. Not a very good delivery. Hassan's only problem, if I would say, is that he takes some time to settle into a rhythm. It's a very difficult art. You corrected me politically. Leg spin, left arm now. Not our friends from Asia, so I'll refrain from using that word. It's a very difficult art to master.
Immediately into his rhythm. Gives it a lovely flight, lovely loop, and a lot of revs. Very, very talented young lad. Has a big future in the game. Oh, chance for a cotton bowl. It's gone off his fingers. Did put a hand to it. Quite brave of him. But it's gone down.
Yeah, they're never easy, especially when they're hit so hard back at you. It's just a reflex action. If that would have stuck, that would have been a stunner. But nonetheless, Hamdan gets a single, gets off strike.
Down the leg side. Perhaps was trying to outwit Ahmed Raza, imagining he might step out.
He bowls a very good googly.
Mhm.
So maybe he was expecting that or trying to bowl a googly from leg stump and turn it away from Ahmed, but completely missing the plot at that time.
Shortish delivery, smacked straight to extra cover. There was an opportunity for runs there.
This has been a mixed bag of an over, and I feel Ahmed Raza and even Hamdan must be thinking they've missed out on a few runs. Again, the scoreboard pressure showing on the batsman.
Short delivery this time pulled away through wideish mid wicket. But the long on will get around. It's Shiraz Ahmed Pia. End of the 26th over, 89 for 5. Danish Qureshi continuing here.
Well, if for some reason you're watching this game and not the India versus England game, we should let you know that England has won by an innings and 76 runs. Um, India losing all their 8 wickets even before the lunch break.
Indeed, a comprehensive victory there for the three Lions. Ollie Robinson with an excellent performance. 5 for in the second bowling innings. Danish here bowling a returning spell here.
You know, Fujairah's approach is quite interesting. They still do have a lot of lower order hitters in the hut with Farooq and Hazrat Luqman, and even Hazrat Bilal can give it a tonk. So maybe they're just playing time, seeing where they are at the 35 over stage, and then go for their shots.
Big in swinger there once again. He's setting him up beautifully for it. Bowl 2 outswingers and then that big booming banana in swinger. Just not quite getting it 100% right. Really, really fantastic bowling here from Danish Qureshi. He's fun to watch.
Yes, he is. As I said, in the domestic matches, he bowled a couple of super overs, and this was his go-to delivery in the super overs. That big in swinger coming in from outside off stump. With that, a good-looking shot from Ahmed Raza, straight down the ground, middle of the ball, half volley, swinging in again, but he covers the line and tonks it down the ground for 4. Beautiful-looking shot.
Lovely punch down the ground there from the UAE captain. Swung into a half volley and he was ready for it. Hard punch down the ground. That'll give him a lot of confidence. Oh, inside edge onto the pads. He was looking to leave that outswinger. Read it correctly. Just a bit late on it.
Yeah, Ahmed was in two minds, expecting the in-swinger. The ball goes straight, goes away from him, and he's in the middle of either leaving it, gets an inside edge. Safe nonetheless. Good for Fujera to see that he's still on the crease. It's going to be very important for him for to bat the next at least 10 overs and see where they are in the chase.
Flicked away towards mid wicket, but there's a fielder in place. 27 overs gone. 93 for 5.
First ball of Hassan's new over, played straight to long on for an easy single.
Hassan Khalid in a good little battle here with the UAE captain. It's been slow going so far. Hamdan especially, 7 of 30, is really battling hard there. But like my co-commentator has mentioned, they have some late order hitting available. So they're just trying to keep it close, not make it impossible. Excellent delivery right on middle and off. That's where Hassan needs to be. 6 out of 6 deliveries.
Yeah, if Hassan keeps bowling that line, you know, for Hamdan to score any runs, he'll have to go across the line, which is a dangerous shot to play, especially with the wind blowing against him as well. So a lot of pressure on Hamdan now to at least get off strike and to keep rotating those singles.
Tried to dab it away past the slip, but made a mess of it. 95 for 5. Oh, bit of an inside edge there. Hamdan looking a bit circumspect against Hassan because he has that fabulous googly, not picking him out of the hand. Hypnotizing stuff from the young left arm left leg spinner. This time off the back foot, back to the bowler. 28 overs gone, 95 for 5. Another change in the bowling. It's going to be the young leggy Zuhaib coming on to bowl. So leg spinners of different varieties from both ends. The unique strength of this Ajman side.
And Ahmed, in the beginning, we were talking about how much pressure these young bowlers are going to be under, especially if somebody like a Basil or Usman are batting. They're very fortunate that they don't have the main batsman, so they can go through the rhythm and bowl out their overs while putting pressure on the batsman.
Completely agree with you. And that will keep them in good stead for the remainder of the tournament. They managed to get some good reps here on this pitch, on this ground. Looking forward to their success.
You know, Fujera, in the context, would be thinking that their spinners didn't bowl as well as they wanted them to. Farooq and Ahmed himself, and even Aryan, with such big dimensions at the sevens ground. You know, it's not easy to clear the boundary, and you do have to appreciate the way Dawood and Asif then played these guys in the morning.
Completely agree with you once again. Would have been a different story if someone like Muhammad Wasim or Basil Hamid was at the crease right now. Oh, a drag down once again. But then again, Zuhaib did get Basil out.
Yeah, he's got both Basil and Usman out. So he's been the pick of the bowlers, trying a bit too hard. Again, he's seen Hamdan, his teammate in front of him, trying to do a little bit extra. But if he keeps sticking to his line and length, he's not going to be easy to score against.
Down the leg side, flicked away, and they'll pick up a single. Required run rate now above 8. The current run rate of 3.4 is certainly taking them nowhere. But even then, 8 runs per over is very manageable in modern day one-day cricket.
It would be, but you do have to realize that Shiraz still has 7 overs up his sleeve, and he's a specialist in the death overs. So they're making it very difficult for themselves by not rotating the strike when Zohaib and Hassan are bowling.
Another change in the bowling here. Sultan Ahmed coming in for Hassan. So Nasser Aziz not content to let these two linger. He's brought his ace into the attack, and there's a very stiff breeze blowing across the ground now. Oh, good fielding of his own bowling. Could have tried to knock that onto the stumps. Ahmed Raza was alert.
Yeah, that was a solid punch straight down the ground. But Sultan did well to stop that from going for a single.
Oh, look at that arm ball. Thanks to the wind coming in like a Jimmy Anderson in swinger.
We were speaking to Ahmed after the break, and he did mention that the ball is spinning very slowly, which is probably why they've taken Hassan out of the attack. Hassan not very quick through the air or off the pitch, and you see Zohaib fielding excellently, stopping that single and not letting Hamdan get off strike. That's brilliant fielding in the circle, and very important for Ajman to keep the pressure.
Eight of 39 it's been. An exercise in patience from Hamdan Tahir. Oh, has that been given out? No. Ahmed Raza. Sultan asking for a DRS review or going up to the third umpire. But smiles all round.
That was close though, but Ahmed did well to get back in time.
Once again, that front of the hand kind of an arm ball he has up his sleeve. 30 overs have gone by. 98 for 5. Zohaib to continue. That's going to be given as a wide for sure. 99 for 5. Captain Ahmed Raza still battling for his side. Short ball pulled away over cow corner. One bounce, couple of bounces, and running away for 4. The 100 up for Team Fujairah.
That's a good looking shot. Again, a bad ball. Zohaib has bowled a couple of those but not gone away. But Ahmed Raza was quick to latch onto that. Goes on the back foot, pulls it over mid wicket for 4 runs. Crucial runs and a good start to the over. They've got 5 off the first ball.
Could this be Team Fujairah flipping the switch? Good to see Abdul Shakur back as the wicket-keeper. Was out for a prolonged absence, perhaps due to some heat exhaustion or exposure. Lovely delivery to respond. Beats the outside edge from Zohaib.
Yeah, that's a good reply. Again, flighted delivery outside off stump. Just a little bit of turn. Slow turn, but still luring Ahmed into the drive.
Bowled him! The wrong one has kept a touch low. And that man with the golden arm, Zohaib Zohair, strikes once again.
Very slow delivery. You can see Ahmed played all over it. He was expecting that to come at least bounce a little bit higher. But the reaction of Ahmed was priceless once he got bowled. He's like, how the hell did I miss that? But very well bowled from Zohaib. He's deserved that luck. He's bowled really well. He's broken the back of Fujairah's batting.
15 of 29 for the Fujairah captain. Did not read that wrong one from Zohaib. And as the new batsman Mohammad Farooq is striding out, there's going to be a mini drinks break. New batsman on strike is Mohammad Farooq. Zuhaib to continue. Leggy versus Leggy. This should be fun. 3 for 2 his name.
Yeah, Farooq is actually, as I said, an opener by trade. Very interesting to see his approach against the leg spinner.
We know that there's always a bit of a friendly rivalry. Maybe sometimes not so friendly in some cases. But I can guarantee you Mohammad Farooq is going to have a swing. He's going to have a dip here.
He plays the sweep shot really well, so expect that to come out very early on the leg spinner if he bowls on his pads. And he's also very quick between the wickets, so you'll see a lot of quick singles and doubles. And if Hamdan can support him, they can put up a good partnership.
Yes, like you mentioned earlier, Mohammad Farooq does open for his club side, so he has some batting chops, so to say. Down the leg side, Hamdan Tahir's put it away. Lovely sweep shot for 4.
Finally gets one off the middle of the bat. He's been struggling in the middle, gets a half volley on leg stump, but you have to put them away. And he's swept that really hard down to the fine leg region for 4 runs. That will give him some confidence.
(108 for 6). 31 overs have been completed. Zuhaib 3 for 21 in his 6 overs. But I still feel that man on screen, Sultan Ahmed, is the pick of the bowlers for Ajman this afternoon, pardon me. Sultan Ahmed. That flighted arm ball has been absolutely deadly today. Farooq pushing for those singles that my co-commentator had mentioned. 2 for 14 in his 6 overs.
Sultan's going to be aiming at Farooq's pads. He usually thrusts his front foot out very quickly. So it'll be interesting to watch the in swing that Sultan sort of bowls to the right-handers.
Mohammad Farooq looking quite busy at the crease. 161 needed of 111 deliveries. Edged past the slip. Running down to the third man boundary. Hassan Khalid giving it a chase. Will rein it in. They will pick up 2.
Yeah, Farooq's going to be very busy at the crease. He's one of those batsmen that doesn't like the bowlers to settle down. So you'll see a lot of these dabs and quick running between the wicket, especially with the ball still inside the circle.
Quickly through that over. 32 overs gone. 112 for 6. Hamdan Tahir still battling for Team Fujairah here. Solidly behind that one. But 13 or 45, it's been a struggle for him.
He needs to keep rotating the singles, putting just too much pressure on himself and the team by stringing up those dot balls.
Oh, bit of a drag down once again. Hit hard past extra cover. But Hassan Khalid, absolutely electric in the field. 2 runs to Hamdan though. Three for 23 to Zohair today. Down the leg side once again. Flicked into the gap. We haven't seen Shiraz Ahmed, who's been on screen, coming back into the attack. Perhaps the captain of Ajman, Nasser Aziz, is content to just let his finger spinners and wrist spinners do the bulk of the bowling. Nicely punched off the back foot by Mohammad Farooq.
Yeah, as I said, Farooq looking still much busier. He's already moved on to 5 of 8 balls. He's going to be busy at the crease. And I think it's very important for Fujairah now to just keep rotating the singles, give themselves a chance in the last 10 and see what happens. Quick
Chance
single
for a
going
run out.
it.
Oh, direct hit.
Direct
Can
hit.
you believe it? Outstanding fielding at cover. And surely that's another wicket gone down.
Well, they've just put too much pressure on themselves, going for a single that didn't exist. And Farooq being run out by a direct hit. Very important for Ajman to keep that pressure in the circle, and they've done that.
Oh, brilliant from the captain. Is it Nasser Aziz or is it Dawood Ijaz? Sensational stuff. Mohammad Farooq has to depart from the middle. He was looking busy at the crease. But an excellent piece of fielding. We've seen 2 outstanding pieces of fielding. First from Mohammad Wasim in the first innings, and now this time it's Nasser Aziz, the captain of Ajman, executing that fantastic run out.
Direct hits are always good to see. Nasser was not deep at the circle. He was up. Hamdan just touched the ball and called Farooq through. Suicidal run in my opinion. But nonetheless, you need to hit the stumps, and Nasser has done that perfectly. Ajman all over Fujairah at this moment.
Well, now we're down to the fast bowlers. Luqman Hazrat coming in, like you've mentioned. He does wield the long handle quite well.
A ferocious hitter of the ball. He has a couple of hundreds low down the order as well in domestic cricket. Tonks the ball really hard. But again, the challenge is completely different on the sevens ground with such windy conditions and the spinners bowling so well. It's not going to be easy to clear that boundary.
Sultan Ahmed continuing his spell here. 116 for 7. 2 for 18 in his 8th over. He's been absolutely unplayable. Those are, of course, the title sponsor of the Emirates D50 2021, Wolf 777 News. Really glad to have them on board for this marquee tournament of the UAE domestic scene. 155 required of 98 deliveries. So there's a fair gap between runs and deliveries remaining. 34 overs gone. 116 for 7. Zuhaib to continue. Hazrat Luqman. My co-commentator Abdul Rahman has mentioned that he has significant batting ability. So it'll be interesting to see what he does, what his approach is against spin. Wrist spin is not easy to play.
Ahmed, the interesting thing is a lot of these players are actually not played at the sevens. So the dimensions of the sevens can be a bit daunting when you first come in to bat. If you've played in Ajman, the grounds are slightly smaller, and some of the miss hits go for sixes as well. You want to back your ability, but it's going to be very tricky, and you need to have a calculated approach on how you want to hit the spinners, especially with such windy conditions.
Absolutely. The straight boundaries are relatively shorter, so you have to use your feet. Can't go swinging for the fences on the square sides of the boundary. Agricultural punch off the back foot by Hazrat Luqman. But he's timed it relatively well. Overthrows. That's poor from Team Ajman, giving away a needless extra run. It's Sultan Ahmed with the error there.
He's just come off a maiden over. He's thinking he's going to be standing there at fine leg, chilling out a little bit. But you have to back up the throw regardless of the situation of the game.
Leaves that ball well alone. 35 overs have gone by. 118 for 7. The writing is on the wall for Team Ajman this afternoon. It's been a struggle for Fujairah. Hamdan Tahir still battling for his side.
Well, they have to go at 10 runs and over from here on. So I don't think singles are going to cut it. They need to be a bit more aggressive, at least show some intent, see that they want to go for that target rather than just meander and end up, a few hundred runs short.
Well, it's been a tough day in the office for Team Fujairah, Abdurrahman. So what do you think they have to do? What changes do they need to make for the next game?
Well, most likely one of the things that might happen in the next few games is you'll see somebody like Shahnawaz, who's a very good batting all-rounder. He bowls off-spin and very handy middle order, lower order batsman. I'm not sure if Hamdan is fit. I think he's still struggling with his legs. So you might see Zishan, who was a very good wicket-keeper, by the way, once Hamdan had gone off. So they might have to do a couple of changes if they want to come back fighting. Mind you, this game is still not over, but Ajman very much in the driving seat.
And maybe their batting order, do they need to adjust Vishnu Sukumaran? Are you satisfied with seeing him bat at number 3?
Well, I think if they wanted to do that, it should have been to keep the left-hand, right-hand combination maybe. So, once Wasim got out, maybe send Basil at 3. And once maybe Lakra got out, then send Vishnu. He did put a lot of pressure on himself. So maybe they'll shuffle a few things around. Again, one match is not easy to gauge the performances. Vishnu has been very consistent. So it'll be interesting to see what they do once this match is over.
Indeed, they have a lot of depth in their squad. Of course, 120 for 7 does not reflect the true picture of the quality that they have in this Fujairah side. Excellent. Quicker delivery there from Sultan. Could have had a bit of an appeal. He's been outstanding this afternoon.
Yeah, you can see that experience, can't you? He's been bowling wicket to wicket, stump to stump, not giving them a lot of room. One mistake that the Fujairah bowlers did when Lakra and Ahmed Raza were bowling, they did give a lot of room, were tonked over cover, cut through point. So Sultan's been stump to stump. He wants you to go across the line. Very experienced bowler. Very interesting to see his approach.
Completely agree with you. 120 for 7. So it's been a harsh lesson learnt at the Sevens Cricket Stadium here for Team Fujairah. Need to go back to the drawing board. Team Ajman though looking in fine fettle. Those spinners been very effective. And Asif Khan and Dawood Ijaz have added a lot of solidity to their middle order.
Ajman will be very happy with this performance. Their batting clicked, which has been a challenge for them. And then you've seen, a young kid like Zohaib bowling with so much confidence, enjoying himself. He's got a big smile on his face.
Absolutely. The two leggies have been very impressive, Zohaib and Hassan. And of course, then you have the old stages, Nasir Aziz and Sultan Ahmed. Flicked away towards mid-wicket. Chance for a run out once again. A bit of confusion, but he just about got back.
Yeah, Lukman's not as quick as Farooq, and if he said no, there's no way that's a single there.
Hamdan Tahir has dug in at the 7th cricket oval. This will probably be a valuable learning experience for him too. Just a young cricketer making his name on the UAE domestic scene. Bats in the middle order, can bat in the top order. Wicket keeper as well. Multi-dimensional cricketer. Has a very bright future.
Definitely, doing all three things. He's the captain of his local club team as well. So he does all three things when he's playing for club. Again, a different format, a different opportunity for him, and a big learning experience for the young kid.
"37 overs have been completed here. That required run rate now above 11.5. 121 for 7. Even with 21 extras, so it's been a complete no-show from the Fujairah batting lineup tonight.
Well, the extras are the second highest run scorer in that scorecard, which is not a good thing to see if you're a batting side. But again, you have to give credit to the Ajman bowlers and the fielders. They've taken their catches, except for that Asif drop catch. They've taken all their outfield catches, which is obviously very important when you're defending a total.
Hassan Khalid into the attack now. Slip in place for him. Only gotten the 2 overs surprisingly this afternoon. Maybe he'll get a longish spell here. Look at that massive googly coming into Hamdan. Just a bit short. Otherwise, had him in a bit of trouble there.
Ahmed, what do you think about this approach from Fujairah? I'm not a big fan of just batting through and going through the motions. You need to show some intent. Again, we talk about Hamdan and the rest of the guys being young and learning this, but 66 ball 19,
Well, the issue is that this is the round robin stage of the Emirates D50 tournament, so net run rate will be a factor eventually. So them getting shot out for 130 odd will be a massive blow on that NRR. So that's why they're just hanging in there, not really going anywhere, but at least keeping the numerical balance in place. Oh, big appeal from Hassan. Perhaps sliding down the leg side.
You're spot on with that. This format, especially with not being a double header, just single games. Obviously, every game is important. All the points are important as well. But net runner is going to play a huge role. It's important maybe for the viewers to know as well. I'm sure a lot of those guys sitting on their couch must be thinking, "What the hell are these guys doing?" But it's very important to make sure at least bat the full 50 overs.
Absolutely. Hard punch down the ground from Lukman. Long off, gets around there at his own sweet pace.
Yeah, Jaman's just going through the motions. They don't seem to be in a lot of hurry. And again, Fujairah's not putting them under too much pressure.
Cut away to short extra cover. It's the captain, the Don himself, Nasser Aziz. 38 overs gone. 1, 2, 3 for 7. Zohair to continue. Lukman Hazrat. Eagle-eyed, giving a strong stare to the young man, daring him to flight the ball. His final over coming up, 3 for 28. He's been incredible. And just privately off air, you were discussing with me who could perhaps be a man of the match candidate. You were suggesting Asif Khan for his 88. I think Zohaib, with his spell of 3 for 28, is a very strong candidate as well. Slogged across the line towards cow corner. Into the gap. Yes, it will trickle away for 4. So Hazrat Lukman was giving him the evil eye and now slogging him over mid-wicket.
Yeah, maybe Hazrat Lukman's heard you with Zohaib being the man of the match contender. He's like, he's going to spoil his bowling figures. But no doubt, Zohaib's bowled extremely well. The wickets he's taken actually in the context of the game. Sometimes we think about how many runs someone scored or wickets, how many someone's taken. But he has broken the back of Fujairah's batting.
You know what we need to do when this match is over? We need to take a metal detector and go out to the outfield, find that speaker or mic that's hidden there. Big shot down the ground. Lukman Hazrat has launched this way back into the oval for a massive 6.
But it's one thing for sure, this is Zohaib's last over. But I don't think any spinners are going to be bowling after this over is finished. Lukman giving it the kitchen sink. Going through that shot, clearing the boundary. We did mention that the straighter boundaries are smaller compared to the squared ones, but still that was a monster hit. It's gone outside the fence.
Absolutely massive blow from the big fast bowler. We know that the car park is quite nearby, so I'm sure your Bentley is under stress.
My Bentley is parked at home, Ahmed. I'm not going to bring it to the sevens if I ever had a Bentley.
There's that bumper sticker. My other car is a Porsche. 133 for 7. Zohaib's figures being spoiled here by Hazrat Lukman. And look at that. Fantastic. Solid front foot defense after the 6.
Well, he has got 10 off the over. He's matched the run rate, and I don't think he wants to give his wicket away to Zohaib at this stage. So not a bad block.
Down the leg side. My goodness, this is going all the way for 4. A drag down once again. He got the wicket of Basil Hamid the last time. This time, Lukman Hazar's like, no way, mate. I'm going to smack this for 4.
Yeah, you're spot on. You can see the intention, and I think if Basil would have done the same thing, he would have probably gotten 4. But Basil went for the check shot. Lukman threw his bat at it and got 4. Expensive over, the most expensive over of the innings. Is the chase still on?
Well, if we get 5 overs of Lukman Hazrat, it is absolutely possible. Batting with a free spirit. Look at that, 18 of 18. And Hamdan Tahir, in contrast, 19 of 67. 11 overs remaining in the innings. And you never know. The run rate is above 12 now, but perhaps if we get a few more overs of spin, like the captain himself, Nasser Aziz, coming on, you never know.
Yeah, well, this is going to be very interesting. Again, Lukman's taken a liking for spin. He is going to go for Nasser as well. He's going to go, all hell's going to go loose at this stage. An interesting thing I want to tell you. Last time Nasser bowled against Dubai, he went for 24 in the first 4 balls. So he does go for runs. This is going to be very interesting as soon as Hazrat gets on strike. If he gets Hamdan out though in this over, things are going to wrap up quite quickly.
None for 26 in his 7 overs. So he'd like a wicket to his name. And I definitely think Lukman will give him a chance. Will give him a tonk. That arm ball drifting onto the pads of Hamdan Tahir. Perhaps Hamdan could do the right thing and get Hazrat Lukman on strike. You never know. He might keep chancing his arm. Anything is possible in the game of cricket.
Yeah, I would like him to at least show some intent to get off strike. He's held up one hand. He's done a good job. But these dot balls are doing nothing but adding pressure on the team and going to induce a false stroke from Lukman, who's looking good in the middle. You want to give him an opportunity to do some damage to the score, get as close as possible. It's still doable. 12 runs and over is not an impossible task.
Resolute in defense is Hamdan Tahir. Edged away past the first slip. They're going to push for 2. And they'll pick it up quite easily. 40 overs gone. 139 for 7. A 132 runs required in the final 10. If it was perhaps 3 wickets down or a couple wickets down, you could have dreamt of it. But being 7 down, surely that isn't going to happen. But you never know. Lukman Hazrat, 18 of 18. And they're feeding him more wrist spin. So this is going to be fun.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. Good viewing if you're a neutral. Hassan, obviously, different approach. He's going to be turning the ball into Lukman. But again, he's going to be going over mid wicket, over long on, which are his strengths. Going to be very interesting to see how this over pans out.
And we have Asif Khan at slip chirping in his ear. This will be... There we go. Big swing. It's in the air. Will the wind take it? Yes, it will. Half a dozen. Lukman Hazrat is dealing in sixes.
That's a brilliant shot. He was parked on the back foot. He's used all his strength to boof that over long on for 6. It's very interesting to see Asif still standing on slip. Being the senior statesman, I don't think he wants to field inside the circle or on the boundary. But I think Ajman will have to change a few things around if they want to get Hazrat Lukman out.
I'm telling you, Abdurrahman, he's chirping in his ear. This time dragged towards cow corner. Are they going to push for 2? No, I think it was on, but fair enough. 7 runs off the first 2 deliveries. How long can Lukman Hazrat keep slogging?
Well, you know what? They've got 7 of the first 2, as you said. If they can take 3 singles, that's 10 off the over. That's not a bad start to the last 10 overs of this innings.
Needs to get off strike. Hamdan Tahir. This blockathon needs to end now. 125 required of 58. Lukman Hazrat is in good hitting form. You absolutely never know. We've seen crazier things in cricket.
Yeah, as you said, Hamdan needs to get off strike. You know, the wind is blowing across. So if Lukman connects on a shot over mid-wicket, that's actually going to sail over the ropes. So you want to give as many balls to Lukman as possible to hit over that region.
Just can't seem to get off strike. Even though he's been out there for more than an hour, 75 deliveries faced. This is not a productive effort at all. And now he takes a single off the last ball. My goodness. 147 for 7 at the end of 41 overs. Interesting move here. The captain has taken the ball, Nasser Aziz. So they're continuing to feed spin to Hamdan and Lukman. 124 needed off the last 9 overs. If this does happen, let me tell you that this will be one of the most remarkable games of cricket ever to take place. But for that, Hamdan needs to get a move on.
Well,
That strike rate is not good enough.
Well, you know, if Hamdan's channel is inner Rahul Tewatia and get maybe a 32-run over, you never know.
Rahul Tewatia might be in town in a few days. The IPL coming to the UAE.
Well, he plays for the Rajasthan Royals and they're training very close by. This Royals Academy is at the Sevens. So I'm sure you'll see him here in a couple of days.
We need to have a word with Will Kitchen and Dougie Brown. Get him out there. Squeezed away onto the leg side. So Hamdan does manage to rotate the strike. This will be fun.
Yeah,
Nasser versus Lukman, 2 characters of the UAE scene.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. I don't think anything in his zone. I think Nasser is going to go with that hooping outswinger that he bowls to right-handers, in-swinger to left-handers. He's not going to give him too much room.
Well, Lukman Hazrat will create the room. Let's see. 25 of 20. There it is, slogged over cow corner. And is trickling away for 4 at the boundary, the much needed boundary here for Team Fujairah.
Yeah, very good looking shot. He's played his percentage again. Big boundary against the wind, but he's timed that, hit it into the gap, into the mid wicket fence for 4 runs. Good start to the over.
Very strange field setting. Surely you should have a mid wicket for Hazrat Luqman. He's swinging for cow corner consistently. 29 of 21. He wants to dish out some pain. Once again, smashed over the top of the cover point fielder. They'll push for 2 and they'll get it quite easily.
Fujairah had to field the full 50 overs. They had to chase the ball all over the park. So I'm sure Hazrat Luqman is thinking, let's make Ajman do the same thing. Let's make them run behind, get them tired in this heat. But in the context of the match, Luqman's played a very, very good knock. It's very disappointing that the top order didn't click. Otherwise, they would have probably chased us down easily.
Completely agree with you. Big floaty full toss. Outside the cover point fielder once again. They'll get 2 again. Pardon me, it was a half volley, not a full toss. But Luqman, he's choosing to live or die by the sword. And Nasir is looking quite agitated.
Yeah, he's getting frustrated. I don't understand the field, to be honest. There's nobody over at the cover boundary. Maybe give yourself some room, get a cover fielder in the deep, and then bowl that line. Because otherwise, it's going to keep going over the circle for a 2 runs.
Fantastic leave on the final delivery. 156 for 7 after 42 overs. Required run rate has jumped to 14.38. But Luqman Hazrat, he's making a game out of it. Yet more wrist spin coming in. Hassan. Oh, who goes for that big shot? Hamdan Tahir over extra cover. But hasn't timed it at all. They will pick up a single though.
You know it's not your day. When you sort of middle the ball, it still goes over the cover fielder and you get 1 run.
To be fair, I think the wind dragged the ball back significantly. You can see, look at the trees in the background. It's a very gusty wind blowing across the ground. 24 of 80. This has been a very, very resolute effort here from Hamdan Tahir. Meanwhile, at the other end, Luqman Hazrat is swinging for the fences on every delivery. 33 of 24. Has a couple of 6s and 4s to his name.
Nasir is trying to buy a wicket here. You still insisting with Hassan for this over. He's expecting Luqman to maybe miss-hit one straight into the hands. But still going to be very interesting viewing.
Hassan, none for 17. Flatter delivery. A bit of a mini victory for Luqman that he's forcing him to push the ball through.
That was slow off the wicket as well. I'm sure Luqman must have wanted to go straight, go over deep mid wicket, but he's held back.
This time down the ground, Lukman Hazrat. Gone all the way for 6 more. Can you believe it? Can this man do a miracle?
A brilliant looking shot. A very Andre Russell. And I think that's what they want him to do. Yeah, he had a lightning knock yesterday, scored about 50 odd runs in 14 balls. If Lukman can do something similar, Fujairah still has a chance. They still have a set batsman at the crease, and Hazrat Bilal is actually not a bad batsman as well. So they're giving themselves an opportunity here.
Strike rate of 150 round the wicket. Short ball pumped over cow corner. But there's a deep mid wicket in place this time. So he's moved on to 40.
Much better field placing as well. That they had left that space open for him, but now they've covered all their bases. I don't think Lukman's going to care too much though. He's going to try to go over those fielders.
Hamdan looking to get into the action too. Oh, given us a wide, fair enough. Tried to cut that away. Hassan will be disappointed with his bowling effort today. Not being consistent like he usually is. Pushes this down the ground. The right thing to do in the circumstances.
Yeah, much better. I think you feed off everybody's confidence as well. You know, since Lukman has come in and started hitting the ball, Hamdan is also looking a little bit more better than he was, and trying to take that single, get him on strike.
Bowled him, has he? No, just misses that off stump. My goodness, it kept low, and I thought it had rocketed into that off pole, but no, onto the keeper's pads.
Very, very lucky for Lukman and unlucky for Hassan. That was good ball, turned in a lot. How that missed off stump.
Frustration from Hassan Khalid. No wrist spinner enjoys being hammered over cow corner. "40 of 28 is Lukman Hazrat. He's made a fist of it. Nobody else even crossing 25. Very disappointing effort by a very, very strong Fujairah side. They've been humbled tonight by Team Ajman. Required run rate exactly 15. And if I was a betting man, I wouldn't put a single penny on Fujairah. Flighted delivery.
Well, Ahmed, you've been saying things that have been going correct the whole day today.
The hidden mic.
Yeah. So if deep down inside you're thinking Fujairah is going to win, that might be the case. Although it looks very highly unlikely. They have to hit from both ends. And unfortunately, Hamdan's just not showing that intent right now.
Yes, if it was 3 overs remaining with the required run rate of 15, fair enough. But 7 is very, very difficult. Being 7 down. Hamdan Tahir needs to have a release shot. At least get off strike. If not, hit a boundary himself. Big appeal. Nasir Aziz has been turned down. That looked very close.
Yes, it did. It did look very close. Hit him on the back leg. I think if anything, the umpire thinks it's swinging down because it's not turned a lot. But that looked very close. Clipping on DRS?
Absolutely. Down the track this time. So he does rotate the strike. The problem is it took 4 deliveries to do it. And look at the wind. It's so strong. The ball has stopped dead in its tracks just outside the circle.
Yeah, Ajman will not mind that. Taking a single on the 4th ball, getting Lukman to face just 1 ball. It's not going to be easy for Lukman at this stage. Again, 16 runs needed in every over. He needs to face majority of the deliveries.
Flighted delivery beats the outside edge. Interesting approach. I thought he would definitely wield the long handle, but perhaps might be thinking about the wind. He needs to go with it, not against it.
Yeah, true. That boundary on the leg side for him from this end is really, really difficult to go over.
Oh, dot delivery to end the over. 167 for 7. Right then, it's the Sultan coming back into the attack. Has 1 over remaining of his 10. Surely Hamdan will take a dip. Left hand batter versus left arm orthodox. The percentages are favoring him.
If I'm Hamdan at this stage, I'm just going to take the single and get off strike. Give Lukman the hit with the wind over mid wicket. It's going to be very difficult for Hamdan to cross the boundary from this end. He's going to be hitting against that wind to the bigger boundary. So just take the single, get off strike, and let Lukman have some more fun.
Does get off strike as you've instructed. So Hazrat Luqman has got 5 deliveries to face. It's not wrist spin, so he can read it a lot more easier. Here we go. Flatted delivery, and all of a sudden Luqman has started blocking the ball for some reason.
Well, you know what? Sultan's an experienced campaigner. This is the sort of thing he's very good at, bowling at hitters, trying to cross the boundary. So he's going to be a handful, and Lukman knows this.
Powered past the extra cover fielder into the gap. They should pick up 2 here. No, they've just stuck to 1. Interesting. That certainly looked like 2. And overthrows. They will get it in the end. Once again, that hidden mic coming into play. Sultan is very frustrated. He doesn't want to concede needless runs. He's bowled a very, very good spell this afternoon.
Yeah, I think you can see from the Ajman's body language that their fielders look really tired, exhausted.
Fired in by Sultan. I dare say he should just throw it up. Let's see what happens.
Well, it's his last over. Maybe they're giving him respect, want him to finish his spell without another wicket, and then see what happens from the other last 5 overs.
Ooh, this time did go for it, but quicker delivery inside edge onto his boot. Sultan telling him, come on, mate. You can't hit me. I'm too clever for you. 101 required of 31. End of the 45th over. Excellent spell from Sultan Ahmed. 2 for 23 in his 10. 5 overs remaining. 101 runs required for Team Fujairah. Nasir Aziz, the Don, coming on to bowl. 100 runs needed in 5 overs. It's not impossible. I've seen it happen, maybe in T20 cricket, but not in D50. If they had a couple of wickets more in hand.
Yeah, or if they would have had a set batsman who's playing aggressive cricket. Again, Hamdan's been at the crease for almost 12 overs himself. So, but he's still not gone for the shots. He's not going for the big hits and making life a little bit difficult for, the Fujairah batting lineup.
So Nasir has made a late decision to not bowl his over. It's going to be Sagar, the new signing coming in from India. He is going to bowl a few overs here. Looks like an off-spin bowler. Yes, it is. Oh, immediately hits the pad, making an appeal.
He was convinced that it's hitting. Nasir's done one of those things that's very common in Ajman, where a batsman says, you know what, bro, it's my time to bowl a little bit. There are too many runs on the board.
Down the track, Hamdan takes a single to long on. And it is always those opening batsmen who fancy themselves as the next Murali.
I'm surprised Asif has not asked for the ball. Having been the highest run scorer, I'm sure he wants a couple of wickets and get that trophy at the end.
I think he says, I've given you 88 runs. That's enough for me. Hazrat Luqman down the ground. It's a bit of a top edge. Chance for a catch. But no, just short of Shiraz Ahmed. The wind once again, keeping the ball away from the fielders. Once again, that drop kick towards long on.
Yeah, part-time bowler making life a little bit more easier for Ramdan, knocking down the ground, taking that single. Uh, I have a feeling though Lukman's a little bit tired. He was in the field the full 50 overs, had a hamstring problem, and now has batted for 36 balls. So I don't think he has the strength anymore to maybe clear the boundary, because he's not going for those shots, and even the ones that he has hit, he's not middled.
Especially those very, very strong wind blowing across the ground. Look at that. You can just see how the shirts are being ruffled. Big half volley down the ground, but once again not catching enough of it. 46 overs have gone, 174 for 7. Nasir Aziz, Sultan Ahmed and Zuhaib have bowled their complete spells. Very economical. Asif Khan the sole over for 11. Other than that, the Ajman bowlers have ruled the roost. That required run rate of 24 is certainly out of reach of Team Fujairah. They'll need to regroup very soon. They're a much better side than they've shown this afternoon. A lot of superstars, UAE national team regulars in their ranks. Hazrat Luqman drags this towards cow corner once again, but the long on fielder Dawood Ijaz gets around to it. Leading edge, and Hamdan's long vigil at the crease has come to an end. Hassan Khalid finally gets a wicket to his name. Hamdan Tahir trying to flick this away towards mid-wicket. A leading edge and he's gone. 29 painful runs off 91. Hassan Khalid finally gets a deserved wicket. Sabir Rao has come out to bat. Bowled really well in the early afternoon. Got a 4 to his name, but looks like it will be in vain. The team Fujairah batting just didn't show at all. This time carved away through extra cover into the gap. Sabir will pick up a single. Could have been two, but Hazrat Luqman, as being the senior partner, has moved on to 45 incredibly. So just a hit away from a very well-deserved 50. He's played really well. Top edge. Just going towards the point region. He'll pick up a single. So he perhaps will be thinking about that 50 in the back of his mind. The game is pretty much done and dusted, unfortunately for Fujairah. Down the ground, Sabir Rao launches this. Chance for a catch. And he's taken it. Hassan Khalid gets another wicket. Nicely taken by Dawood Ijaz at long on. 178 for 9. So it's Hazrat Bilal striding out there as the number 11. Has a big grin on his face. Of course, the game is beyond them. Team Fujairah, power-packed side. Bowled relatively well, both the seamers. It was the batting that let them down. Captain Ahmed Raza felt like his team could chase this down. He was confident and had a lot of belief in his batting order, but unfortunately, they just couldn't get going. Once Shehraz Ahmed got the huge wicket of Wasim, it always looked like the game was slipping away from them. Then Sultan Ahmed did the damage in the middle overs, getting the wicket of Aryan Lakra. And Zohaib Zubair was also excellent, getting a 3 for to his name, especially the big scalp of Basil Hamid. Driven down the ground by Hazrat Bilal to get off the mark. Sagar getting some overs in here. It's going to be a big win for Team Ajman. Pretty much a one-sided affair, but on paper it is a relatively big upset. When you look at the relative strengths of the sides, nobody would have expected Team Ajman to win this game so comprehensively. But full credit to their batting. Asif Khan and Dawood Ijaz getting two big 50s, setting up an imposing target, and then the spin bowling coming through. Try to cut this away. And of course there will be net run rate implications. This is the round robin stage of the tournament. Everyone plays each other once. In the air, but down the ground for a straightforward single. So this will be a big boost for Ajman with this massive victory margin. Hazrat Luqman has moved on to 47. Big full toss, hits it down the ground past mid wicket. They're going to stick to a single. Excellent. Wrong one there from Hassan Khalid. 2 for 30 on the day. Big hit down the ground from Lukman Hazrat. Gone all the way into the hands of long off. And that is the end of the game. Hassan Khalid wrapping up the innings. He was just 2 runs short of his 50. And in the end, a safe catch taken there. A big upset on the cards. Team Ajman have won the game over the much fancied Team Fujairah. Look at that. Fist bumps all round. It's been a comprehensive victory here for the purple and orange of Ajman. That man on screen, Asif Khan, highest scorer in the game, 88 to his name. And alongside him is Dawood Ijaz, who had a very, very important knock as well for Ajman. Team Fujairah, much fancied, much touted. It wasn't a massive target that they couldn't achieve, but kept losing wickets steadily. The spinners of Ajman doing the damage, especially the young champions, Zohaib Zubair and Hassan Khalid. There's a look at the Fujairah batting card. Aryan Lakra, bowled by Sultan Ahmed, 23 of 34. Mohammad Wasim went cheaply. That was the hammer blow, 3 of 6, leg before to Shehraz Ahmed. Vishnu Sukumar and Cotton bowled by Sultan, 13 of 34. Basil Hamid got off to a rank long hop, 19 of 33. Mohammad Usman missed a straight one from Zohaib, 1 of 7. Hamdan Tahir had a very long, patient vigil at the crease, 29 of 91. Ahmed Raza, the captain, fought for a while, 15 of 29 until he missed a wrong one from Zohaib. Mohammad Farooq was run out. Sensational bit of fielding there from the captain, Nasir Aziz. Hazrat Luqman, the outstanding batter for Fujairah, 48 of 44, hit a few lusty blows over cow corner and straight down the ground. Sabir Rao was caught on the boundary, and that was all she wrote for Team Fujairah. 183 all out in 48.2 overs. Taking a look at the bowling analysis, Danish Qureshi up front was excellent. 6 overs, none for 20. Shehraz Ahmed only bowled the 3 overs, but that 1 for 5, that 1 wicket of Mohammad Wasim completely changed the complexion of the game. Asif Khan bowled the sole over for 11 runs. Nasir Aziz, 10 overs, none for 38. Sultan Ahmed, 2 for 23 was outstanding. Zohaib Zubair, 3 for 42, provided the big wickets of Basil Hamid and Mohammad Usman, and then Hassan Khalid getting just rewards, 3 for 30 in his 6.2 overs. Right then, we're all set for the post-match award ceremony. Over to Abdur Rahman Tahir.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the post-match discussions with the captains. Ajman winning this game by 83 runs, shooting out Fujairah for 183 and defending 270. I've got Ahmed Raza with me, captain of Fujairah. Ahmed, disappointed?
Yeah, pretty much. I think after winning the toss, nothing went our way, but we only ourselves to blame. I think if we had taken those chances, especially of Asif Lala and Daud, I think we could have restricted them to a modest total.
At the halfway mark, we had a discussion, and you said that the spinners had not bowled as well as you wanted them to. And then you had somebody like Zohaib and Hassan who were bowling a bit slow, the ball gripping on the wicket. Was that something you guys missed out in the end?
Yeah, I think spinners, including myself, I think we gave too many boundaries away, and I think the key was on this wicket to just hold your lines and lengths and make the batsman run a few more. I think we leaked a few boundaries there, and with our batting, I think we should have made their fast bowlers bowl the second spells and the third spell, because we know these are challenging conditions, and I think we failed to do that. But we got to regroup. It's only a first game.
Yeah, well, I mean, Fujairah is historically dependent a lot on Wasim giving them that quick start. I think this was something that caught you guys off guard, and the rest of the batsmen just couldn't follow suit.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the new ball doing a bit, so it was really important for the openers to set the tone and not lose too many wickets in the up front. And we saw Shiraz Pia took that wicket, and then he was off the attack. So I think going forward, we really have to look into this, that fast bowlers are not going to bowl longer spells here. So you just have to manage that and not lose too many wickets up front.
Yeah, one of the positives though was Hazrat Luqman's knock. I think somebody scoring 40 odd runs right at the end would give you guys hope that if you guys put on a good total from the top, you have somebody who can finish off for you.
Yeah, definitely. He's shown that it was not. There were no many demons on the wicket, and it was really important to bat deep and get that deficit smaller. It's a round robin. You never know who ends up on the same point. It's really important to not lose by a huge margin. I know this is still a big margin, but it could have been even worse.
Yeah, well, wish you all the best. Hard luck for today, and hope to see a better performance for Fujairah.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Abdur Rahman. Having a chat there with the clearly disappointed Ahmed Raza, captain of Fujairah. They need to rebuild here and regroup for the remainder of the tournament. Let's take a look at the match summary here. Ajman batting first, got 270 for 9 in their allotted 50 overs. Asif Khan outstanding, 88 of 112. Dawood Ija 70 of 57. Sagar Kalyan 43 of 62. Sabir Rao 4 for 46 was very good. Ahmed Raza the captain 2 for 63. Hazrat Bilal 1 for 49. And in reply, Fujairah could only manage 183 all out. And it was only Luqman Hazrat down the order 48 of 44 who provided some respectability to the batting scorecard. Zohaib Zubair 3 for 42. Hassan Khalid 3 for 30. And Sultan Ahmed 2 for 23. All the spinners for Ajman doing significant damage. In the end, Ajman winning comfortably and what I would call an upset by a very healthy 87 runs. Off to a perfect start in the Emirates D50 tournament of 2021.
Well, viewers, I have the winning captain, Nasir Aziz, also known as Nasir Don. Nasir bhai, very good victory, बड़े मार्जिन से मारा है बड़ी अच्छी टीम को.
डेफिनेटली.
कैसा फील कर रहे हैं? बड़ा स्पेल अच्छा हुआ, स्विंग भी हो रही थी आपकी बॉल, टर्न भी हो रही थी. क्या यही प्लान था कि स्पिनर्स को लंबे स्पेल दें?
प्लान तो यही था क्योंकि हम लोग गए भी अपने 2 फास्ट बॉलर से थे, तो स्पिनर हमारे अच्छे हैं, जैसे कि सुल्तान है, दानिश है, हसन है और मैं भी हूँ. तो हम लोगों का प्लान यही था कि हम लोग शुरू से स्पिनर्स पे डिपेंडेंट करते हैं. तो ऑल ओवर पूरा टीम वर्क है, माशाल्लाह सब ने अच्छा किया.
शिराज ने आपको बड़ा अच्छा ब्रेक थ्रू दिलवाया. वसीम आपको पता है की विकेट है हमेशा, और शिराज यूजुअली नई बॉल के साथ बॉल नहीं करता. हम भी सरप्राइज था, मैं सोच रहे थे शायद सुल्तान से नया बॉल करवाएंगे. तो ये क्या प्लान काफ़ी टाइम से सोचा हुआ था कि एक इन स्विंगर लेके आना वसीम के लिए?
नहीं, प्लान तो ऐसा है कि कोई 20 ओवर 50 ओवर का फॉर्मेट टोटल चेंज है. तो जो 50 ओवर का है तो वो 50 ओवर में नया बॉल ही करता है शिराज.
अच्छा चले ठीक है. थैंक यू सो मच. ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द रेस्ट ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट. वेरी गुड.
थैंक यू.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Abdur Rahman. Of course, Nasir Azeen very buoyant with that victory over the much fancied Fujairah side. Everything going according to their plans. The batting took responsibility with Asif Khan and Dawood Ijaz. And of course, their spin bowlers took over the game in the second innings. Let's go over to Abdur Rahman once again. He's with the man of the match of the game.
Well, I have the man of the match for today's game, Asif Khan. Asif bhai, Pakistan से वापस आए हैं और सीधा man of the match.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. सबसे पहले तो अल्लाह ताला का शुक्र है. वहाँ पे इतनी क्रिकेट खेली नहीं है, 1-2 मैच खेले थे तो जितनी गर्मी है कोशिश की है एज ए प्रोफेशनल हमारी जो भी है एडजस्ट किया है तो उसमें अल्लाह ने मदद की है।
नहीं है, जब आपने बैटिंग स्टार्ट की थी काफ़ी तेज स्टार्ट लिया, फिर बीच में थोड़ा सा स्लो हो गए और फिर ऑब्वियसली एंड में रन आउट थोड़ा सा अनफॉर्चुनेट था, मगर ऐसा लग रहा था कि जैसे कि ये 100 पॉसिबल है। डिसअपॉइंटेड तो होंगे 100 मिस करने पे?
ये पार्ट ऑफ गेम है, इसमें आपको पता है ऐसे होता है, लेकिन उसने रन आउट भी वसीम ने अच्छा किया, लेकिन मेरा ख्याल है जिस तरह का ट्रिकी पिच था, टेनिस बॉल बाउंस था, तो इतना इजी नहीं था इसमें रन्स करना, तो कोशिश किया अपने आप को एडजस्ट किया, तो उसमें अल्लाह ताला ने मदद की है रन।
अच्छा, ये आपने बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात की, क्योंकि व्यूअर्स थोड़े से कंफ्यूज्ड हैं कि क्या ये बैटिंग विकेट थी, क्या ये बॉलिंग विकेट थी। आप लोगों ने 270 280 रन डाल दिए, अगली टीम 180 पे ऑल आउट होगी। ज़रा विकेट के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताएं हम लोगों को।
नहीं, मेरा नहीं ख्याल ये इतना इजी पिच था बैटिंग के लिए। उन्होंने मेरा ख्याल जो स्पेशली उनके स्पिनर हैं उन्होंने उस क्वालिटी की बॉलिंग नहीं की जिसकी वजह से इतना बड़ा टोटल हो गया, और स्पेशली क्रेडिट दूंगा दाऊद इजाज़ को जिसने बड़ा अच्छी तरीके से स्ट्राइक को रोटेट किया, बैट बॉल को बाउंड्री मारी, तो वो हमारा प्लस पॉइंट था।
अच्छा, अजमान की ट्रेडिशनली, आप अजमान की तरफ से 2 सीज़न खेल चुके हैं ऑलरेडी, ट्रेडिशनली ये प्रॉब्लम रही है कि बैटिंग सारी रिलाई आप पे करती है, मगर आज हमने देखा उसने राहुल ने भी अच्छी नॉक खेली, दाऊद ने फिनिश बड़ा अच्छा किया, तो वो कॉन्फिडेंट फील कर रहे होंगे इस बार टूर्नामेंट पे?
ऑफ कोर्स मेरा ख्याल है इस दफ़ा काफ़ी बेटर टीम है पहले से, थोड़े मच्योर प्लेयर हैं, क्योंकि इस काइंड ऑफ 50 ओवर की जब आप क्रिकेट खेलते हैं तो उसमें आपको जितनी देर गेंद लीव नहीं करना आएगा तो आपको रन्स करना थोड़ा मुश्किल होंगे, स्पेशली इस कंडीशन में। तो हमने कोशिश की है, लड़कों ने नया बॉल सर्वाइव किया, उसके बाद रिजल्ट आपके सामने है।
चलें जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच, बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो, वेरी वेल प्लेड।
थैंक यू।
बैक टू यू गाइस।
Thank you very much, Abdur Rahman. Of course, Asif Khan, the very well-deserving man of the match of today's game. 88, not 88 innings of an 88 of 100 odd deliveries, was unfortunately run out when he was looking very good to get the first 100 of the Emirates D50 tournament 2021. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of today's fixture. This is, of course, the second innings. Mohammad Wasim missed a straight delivery from Shiraz. That was a big wicket. And then it was Danish Qureshi who bowled exceedingly well with the new ball, was troubling the batsman. Asif Khan came in for 1 over in the power play and got hammered by Aryan Lakra. At that stage of the game, it looked like they'd got the measure of the conditions, but then that man, Sultan Ahmed, came on to bowl and completely changed the tide of the game. 2 big wickets there, and the young leggy Zohaib Zubair also doing exceptionally well, nailing Mohammad Usman, and then that catch at deep mid wicket. The captain Ahmed Rasa playing a handsome off drive there. They thought there might be some hope, but once again he missed that wrong one, and then it was the Zohaib Zubair show. Hamdan Tahir hung in there for an absolute eternity, kept them in the game. Excellent bit of fielding there from the captain Nasir Aziz. Luqman Hazrat with some lusty blows over long on and cow corner, but then Hassan Khalid came into the game and started to take a few wickets. Luqman Hazrat kept fighting. Hamdan Tahir also kept coming into the game, but eventually it was not possible for them to get over the line, and it was a commanding victory. So this was day 2 of the Wolf 777 News Emirates D50 2021. Tomorrow's game is going to be the much fancied Sharjah side taking on Emirates Blues, live from the Dubai Sevens Cricket Stadium, of course. And this time it's going to be an afternoon start. We're going to be starting at around 3:30 p.m. So it'll be a bit of night cricket in play. We'll see you till then. That's all from the studio for today. Good night.